be this one. Hello, there it goes. Let me make sure I got the right audio source. Audio should cut. Audio cut back in. Good. For some reason, it never defaults to connecting to my microphone. I always have to tell it to connect to the microphone. Good morning, my critters. Attenuation through the atmosphere wouldn't permit the laser to reach the moon. You'd need quite a bit more power to penetrate the atmosphere and make it to the moon. Hello, Mark and Joe and TK and Ian and Boiler Ram. Stanley. How are my critters doing today? Are my critters happy? Have you guys been watching the antics in Washington? Oh my God. It's hilarious. This is, when they say the fact is stranger than fiction, they really mean it. They passed the stimulus and omnibus bill, and of course we get a measly $600 check, and they got all kinds of special interest bullshit in this bill. It's ridiculous. It's 6,000 pages long. It's almost 6,000 pages of bullshit that no one's read. And then Trump says, well, I'm going to veto it unless you give the people $2,000. I don't care how much you love or hate Trump. That's genius. You see, this is what he's good at. He's good at pomp and circumstance, fluff and bullshit. He's put them in a hard place. He's setting up for a win in Georgia, and he's also setting up to be the populist for his run in 2024. Because now of course all the Democrats say, yeah, let's do it, $2,000 checks. And what do we hear from the Republicans? Chirp, 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 nothing. Because they don't know what to do. They're like, he's crazy. Oh my God. Oh my God. People say that idiocracy is a prediction of our government, and they are wrong. Idiocracy is not a prediction of our government. Idiocracy didn't go far enough. Idiocracy is a mild, tame prediction of our government. Oh my God. ETP, people. Remember, ETP. Spitting image series? What's that? I got tears in my eyes. It's so funny. Oh my God. The whole world has to be looking at this country and going, what the? Oh my God. This is my own model. I have been trying to get this goddamn model to print. I literally have piles of failed links because no matter what I do, the first one prints and the second one fails. And always right about there. And, it gets to the second one and it knocks the second one off the bed no matter what I do. I've been trying to figure out a way to make a chain. But the trick is, I want a chain. Something went wrong. Why is that going to studio when it should be going to www? That's weird. I'll have to watch that later. Thank you, TK. No matter what I do, it does. You can hear it now. There's like micro collisions, and it's usually when it tries to bridge this little gap, so that little gap warps and it collides. And while the bed holds good, for some reason it always the way I think it's happening is it's slowly removing the print from the bed. So tap, remove a little bit, tap, remove a little bit, tap, remove a little bit, until finally it pops off. And of course, once it pops off, it's fail. And it never gets enough of the link printed to secure itself to the bed, no matter how good the bed adhesion. Well, the belt is a little weird on the bed adhesion thing. It sticks good, but it can release a little bit over time. And so finally, I was trying to figure out a way to do this with no post work. Yeah, this is the first success. On a lark, I had another idea. I tried it out, and yeah, it's working. Actually, all the links look like they're well attached. So I'll have to do a little bit of post work. I finally figured I just have to give it more support. It has to attach better to the bed a little bit. So I put a little tiny support disc. You can see that right here. Where's the view? You can see the little support disc right there. Because it's always the link over here, but I put a little support disc on the links. A huge spike ball, not a bad idea. I wanted to make a round chain, but the bed adhesion's a problem, and also the 45-degree angle is a problem. So I just can't do a round link. I haven't figured out an easy way to do it yet. Because if you okay, on a belt printer, this is a 45-degree overhang. So this is the same thing on a belt printer as you trying to print this on a regular printer, because the head's at 45 degrees. So this is your maximum overhang on a belt printer. So when you try to print something round, you're trying to print like an 80-degree angle. It's really hard. And so I made a square chain, Tinkercad, of course. But now that I know this works, I can start processing the full-size file if the whole chain prints. I found Max and Kira. You can do it, but you need support. I found the maximum length that Kira will accept. You know how Kira makes the object go gray if it goes out of bounds? Well, the maximum length Kira will accept is 50.25 meters. So now I know not to make my chains longer than 50 meters. And the sliced G-code file is 800 megabytes. Hey, Jari. Hey, 3DRCNC. 800 megabyte G-code file. Holy crap. I also started putting chamfers on all of my corners at the top here, trying to reduce how much it trying to reduce how much the warping there is. Because if you have a sharp corner like this, sharp corners tend to warp more than round corners. So the more round I can make it, the less warping there will be. And the less warping there is, the less collisions there are when it moves from island to island. Because the belt can only go one way. So you can't do Z-hop. So Z-hop won't fix anything. At least I'm pretty sure the belt can only go one way. I never tried. But yeah, as you can see, it's finally working. That's what it printed overnight. 8 hours. You're looking at 8 hours of printing right there. So the estimate is to print a 50-meter chain, which I'm not going to do anytime soon. We should try that. We might try that. We just might try that. That would be pretty cool. Hi, kitty. I wonder if the laser would pop the popcorn. How long it would take. That's interesting. Hi, baby. How you doing? What I might also try is to do square ends. See, I need the ends to be square. Actually, I only need the corners to be square. But I might try square ends and round arms on the chain links, because if I do round, there'll be less warping. The only problem is the bottom needs to be flat so you can have a surface area with the bed, and which also means you want the top to be a little flat so that it's symmetrical, so it looks nice. But I just might do that. I might try that next. Although the square links kind of look cool. And of course the chain will actually be longer than it prints because there's room for the links to expand. Oh really? Yeah, that was Weird Science, where the ICBM came through the house when they were wearing the bras on their head, and they hacked into the government supercomputer, and they made the Pretty Woman. That was a great movie. Yeah, the weather today's pretty interesting. It's been warm the last couple days. It's been almost 60, but today's a cold day. Okay, I'm in a live stream today, so just give me a heads up when you're on the way. I corrected Google Maps, so it will take you directly to my house. I found out I can give away the boxes because I have so many boxes, it's ridiculous. Like, you have no idea how many boxes I have. Jesus. Yeah, like, I literally have stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks of boxes. I just have so many boxes. I can fill that trailer twice a week. On a busy week, I can fill that trailer twice a week. I can't. It's too many. It's too freaking many. I mean, let me show you a picture. Let's see. Like, here's one load. That's all flattened compressed cardboard. I never need to keep boxes because I always get more. Here, where's the other one? This is half of what's sitting out there now because I've doubled this pile in 2 days. And that's just the cream of the crop. I just kept the good boxes that I think people might find useful. I've doubled that already. So I'm really hoping these 2 people show up because there's no way one of them's going to take them all. You could bring a van and it wouldn't fit. I mean, I got so many boxes. My God. Because all the review stuff I get, it all comes individually. So everything comes in its own box. So if I get 16 items, I get 16 boxes. That's part of what sucks. I live rural, so I don't have a mailbox. We have cluster boxes. So it's like, you ever go to an apartment complex or something like that, and they have the wall of little boxes that you have a key for, and you open up your individual mailbox? Well, we have that. It's on the corner about a mile away. And so, of course, you can't fit, unless it's small, you know, a little envelope or something like that, you can't fit packages in there. So I have to go to the post office. Like yesterday, I took the trailer to the post office because the post office is so busy now. It's like a 45-minute line to get your packages. No kidding. It's the line wraps around the entire inside of the building. And oh, the cats love it. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. So now I let my packages sit there for 3 or 4 days, and I go and get them all at once. So I don't have to sit in line for 45 minutes 3 times. I don't have to do it once. And like today, I think I have 4 to pick up. And this doesn't count ghost boxes. You know, anything that comes off of the one list, I don't get a shipping notification for, so I won't know when they're going to show up until they just show up. And anything I order from anywhere else, I won't know. Yeah, today the aluminum tape's coming in, the lithium AA batteries that have a USB-C port, they're coming in. The looks like the PEX kit's not coming till tomorrow. The Amelin Redwood PLA is coming in today. Well, it looks like tomorrow is going to be a big day. The LED solar-powered basketball hoop light. I'm giving Michelle like a super fancy basketball thing. Lithium AA batteries. I got another one of these style cameras. You know, the document camera. $400 document camera. I was like, okay, I got to see what $400 gets you. Because I can't imagine it's that impressive. I mean, but still, why $400? So we'll find out. Another 100-watt battery. I got a strip bolt back out kit, a cool little knife, I got 2 bottles of resin coming in, a 40 amp MPPT solar charge controller. I got a smoker cover because I want to cover the snow blows in sideways underneath the patio out back. So it covered my projector in snow, and I was like, that can't be good for it. So I got a smoker cover that's like a square for a tall, skinny smoker. I'm going to use that to cover my projector to protect it from the snow. Very hard. I'm currently about 180 reviews behind. Because some of the stuff I've got to use it for a little bit before I can review it. I take it seriously. And I got Michelle some LED neon like, lips, lightning bolt decorations, some more lithium batteries, a body camera. That's all coming tomorrow. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 boxes tomorrow. Where do you live? Are you in the UK? Yeah, UK. Delete. 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 So yeah, I can generate that twice a week. It's just incredible. It's so many boxes. Jeez. I have a furnace out back I can use to burn it. It's free to recycle boxes, but I got to drive 15 miles to do it. So it's a 30-mile round trip. But I can only do that when it's wet. I don't want to take a chance of starting a fire. Really? Is it that much? I guess just because you're on the Atlantic there, huh? We get a pretty decent amount of snow here, but it goes away very quick. MK Me, how come your name is highlighted in gray with a check mark? What does that mean? Well, I've been on YouTube since the early days. 98? Almost back to the beginning. Oh, verified. Okay. Yeah, YouTube's stingy about handing those out. Yeah, we get a lot of snow, but it doesn't, our snow doesn't well, obviously it melts. Yeah, they were a little more liberal with handing them out early on. Our snow, of course, our snow obviously melts, but the way it does it, it's almost like it's sublimation. It's almost like it evaporates. Like even yesterday with 60-degree weather the last 2 days, I still have snow on the front of my house. So basically, any place where um, the sun can't directly hit the snow because the sun is on this side, the sun is on this side, but the front of my house is this side. So when the sun is low in the sky, the front 15 feet of my house is basically in perpetual shadow, no matter what time of day it is. For like a little bit during the morning, it gets some sunlight, but otherwise it's in shadow. And any snow that's in shadow lasts a long time because there's no humidity. So it's very slow to transfer heat from the atmosphere to the snow because there's low humidity. What melts the snow around here is direct radiation, the sunlight actually hitting the snow, and that melts it very fast. But if there's any snow stuck in shadow, it could last for weeks, just because there's no humidity. So there's no thermal blanket of an atmosphere to melt anything. Early June? Holy crap. Yeah, so this chain link, this is the first working version. I didn't even know if this was going to work until I got up this morning and looked. I can still hear the impacts, but obviously it's not enough to break it free. Because in theory, if I had a second one of these printers, I'd probably try it. Just because I do have enough filament to do it. But if I wanted to actually print a 50-meter chain, it would take 23 kilograms of plastic, and it would take 60 days. And God help you if you have one failure in that time, because then you got to start over, because then it's not a continuous print. Cool. Well, it helps that we only have 50 to 100 people in here. Yeah, for sure. Well, I figured I would try a 10-day print first. I mean, how many people have done 10-day prints? And then if that's going good, let it run longer. Maybe I'll do a week-long print, maybe. But the problem is there's so many things I want to print on this. I don't want to tie the printer up for 60 days or even 30 days. I just don't want to tie it up that long. The slicer says 37 days, but this version of Cura is off by about 50%. So a 40-day print is actually a 60-day print. You can basically just add half, and that's what your actual print time will be. But it would be cool, though, and I wouldn't even need 50 meters of space to store it. I could do it right here on the table, because it's a chain. It's literally a chain link. So as it came off the bed, it would be floppy. And I could just let it fall into a bucket. That'd be awesome. The problem is there are variables the slicer is unaware of. The printer itself has hard limits that you're not going to be able to pass. Yeah, well, there's the other problem is, where is it at? Actually, it's in the other room. I ordered a Micro Swiss 0.6 millimeter hardened coated nickel plated nozzle, and I can't use it because the nozzle has to have the tip of the nozzle has to be 45 degrees or larger. So it has to be pointy, because the nozzle is, if we think of here, think of this as the nozzle, okay? I don't know if I want to grind down a $22 nozzle. A little brass nozzle, sure, I'll grind them all day, but a $22 hardened, coated, plated nozzle, I don't know if I want to grind that down. But yeah, I would have to grind down the face facing the printer. So what happens is with a normal printer, you're printing like this. So it's no big deal. But we're printing like this. So as you can see, with a 90-degree angle here, 45-degree angle, the nozzle face is actually touching the bed of the printer. So if the angle of the nozzle is greater than 45 degrees, the back of the nozzle will hit your bed without the tip hitting the bed. And you don't want that. You need the tip of the nozzle to be what's touching the bed so that the filament comes out directly in contact with the bed. And so I got to order a couple of... I have nozzles in the freaking trailer somewhere, and I cannot find them. I'm gonna go look again today, see if I can find them. Because I have two plastic cases, you know, with the individual divider compartments, filled with I got like 400 nozzles. But so I don't have to go buy another nozzle. They're not expensive though. Exactly, it needs to be a more acute angle. This is the minimum, 90 degrees, 45 degrees on each face, and you want greater if possible. But what do you gotta do? Play with it, work it. Well, like for example, you can't use E3D nozzles. Period. End of discussion. E3D nozzles are off the table because E3D nozzles have that flat part just after the tip. That flat part will scrape into the bed. So you can never use an E3D nozzle. This actually looks like it might not be enough. This is just a 0.4. But that angle looks... it is better than 45 degrees, so that would work. This would work. But, yeah. I gotta get a 0.8 millimeter nozzle. I'm pretty sure 0.8 would work pretty good. It would use more plastic. Ooh, sorry. It would use more plastic, which would not be good, because it's already a 23 kilogram print. Actually, what would that use? So here is the Creality belt. Oh, and Idea Maker is getting ready to go with beta for their slicer that does belt. Yeah, I'm super excited about that. Well, I would probably say screw it and order a couple 10-kilogram rolls. The trick would be making a reliable spool holder to spool that filament into the printer. So here is my latest beta version of my chain, V3.1. So what would, now this here, hello DB3D. So this here is a 15-hour print, which means it's actually a 20-hour print roughly. Yeah, it's 3.6. That's why I'm excited about Idea Maker. Now, what would happen if I were to use a 0.8 millimeter nozzle and a 0.8 extrusion and a 0.4 layer height? And we were to use, we'd still have to use two walls because otherwise you're going to have a gap in the outer wall. Cuts the print time in half. But now this little segment takes 260 grams of plastic. If I were to go with a 0.4 millimeter and a 0.2 layer height, $138 grams. What was the other one? 260? So it doubles the amount of plastic. So, ooh, that's a hard one. I could do the I could do the 50-meter chain in 30 days, but it would cost me 44 kilograms of plastic. Oh my God. Would it even print my little lip there? That little lip might not print on a 0.8. Double the plastic to save half the time. Yeah, 44 kilograms would be, what, 100 pounds? Oh my God, that would be heavy. Yeah, 97 pounds. It probably would be a world record. And theoretically, nobody could beat it. Without, well, you could do custom G code. You could customize your own G code. And NAC is working on a way of structurally doing an infinite chain without having to slice an infinite file, using the M808 command to just repeat the section over and over and over again. He's working on that. Oh boy. So it would take 138 would be a little less than double the plastic. So probably like 40 kilograms of plastic. It would be a strong chain. What if I split the difference and used a 0.6 millimeter nozzle and 0.3 layer height? $201 grams and 10 hours, 40 minutes. So it would take about 45 days. And that is about a 30% increase in plastic. Well, I'm using the same number of perimeters, but I'm using a nozzle twice as wide. So double the plastic, approximately. See, the problem is I can't do single perimeter, because single perimeter will have a gap. It's something to do with the large nozzles and the fluid dynamics and the way the filament comes out, but it's very, except in vase mode, it's very hard to get an actual closed loop with a large nozzle and a single perimeter. Also, with a single perimeter, one screw up and you're screwed. While with double perimeters, if one of the perimeters screws up, the other perimeter can save it. And when you're doing a print that's going to take 40 kilograms of plastic, so even at the prices that I used to get filament at, that's a $400 print. Oh God, I don't know if I want to do that now. Oh my God. And that's assuming it doesn't fail. Oh shit. Even at $10 a kilogram, that's a $400 print. Yeah, I know. It's the fluid dynamics of the filament. But I noticed with my 1.2 millimeter nozzle that I always have a little gap at the start of a line. That's why I do 2 perimeters, so that the second perimeter closes that gap. Yeah, 0.6 is nice. Yeah, a wall. Perimeter is a wall. It's the perimeter of the print. But yeah, I have to use Simplify 3D to make these, because what happens in Cura, as it zooms out further and further and further to show the chain, you can't manipulate any better. No one's shilling anything for anybody, buddy. I have a toy and I'm using my toy. But I have to use Simplify 3D in order to put the chain together, because Cura's 3D visualization tools don't allow me to join the parts together. That's this one here. So what I have to do is I have to come in here. I have to copy it and then align them up. Come on, select one. Thank you. So I have to bring them in together like that. Then I have to export them. So let's call this 0.2. Then I delete it and I re-import it. And now I do it again. The reason I don't just do multiple copies is because by yes, Knack 3D. He's working on that, Carl. He's actually trying. He actually kind of got it to work, but for some reason he has a slight left shift each replication. I mean, if that lift goes back and forth, not a big deal. But if that lift is cumulative, that's a big deal. So then I do that, and then again join them together again. File, export model 3.3. So now I have 3.3, and if I bring that into Cura, we can see how big it is. I got to be careful not to go over 5,000 or 50,250 millimeters, because that is Cura's maximum. There we go. So now we have a 3.3 meter chain. So now when I double it again, I'll have a 6.6 meter chain. And if I double it again, I'll have a, 13.4 meter chain. And double it again, I'll have a 26 meter chain. And then I can't double it again after that because it'll go over 50.2. So I'll have to take the next smallest segment and add that to the end of it until I get close to 50 meters. Once I get close to 50 meters, I just stretch it to 50 meters. But so far, this is my first successful one of these. I don't get much stringing with my 1.2 millimeter nozzle. Well, first of all, I finally discovered what one of my major problems at Cura was. So I use combing. Now in Simplify 3D, that's just called stay within the outline. So you have this setting right here. Avoid crossing outline for travel movements. Okay, so that means the only time it'll leave the profile of the print is when it has to jump from one island to another. Otherwise, it stays within the print as much as possible. That reduces stringing. The problem is I got gaps in my print when I enabled that in Cura, and I finally figured out why. Because Cura has this stupid setting called combing. Hang on. Where's that? Combing mode, right here. Now, what's stupid about combing mode is that there's a second setting you also have to enable. Well, see, the thing is, my need for useless plastic crap is different than your need. I'm a content creator. I make stuff that generates content. So I tend to make a lot of useless stuff because it looks fun on video. But here you have to enable the second setting called max comb distance with no retract. Because you read that right. When you enable combing in Cura, it stops retracting. Why? And you'll never find this max combing distance unless you look for it, because it's not called combing. It's called max comb. So if you do a search for combing, it doesn't show up. So I never knew that setting was there. So you turn on that setting and you set it for 0.01 millimeters. This way it always retracts. That might be a reason you're getting the stringing. Also, depends on your printer, of course. Slow down your retraction speed. That's because you have it enabled. But if you do, in Cura, the settings you see here, you have to define those to be visible. So you do that in here. Settings, configure setting of visibility. So if I type in combing, this is all I see. But if I type in comb, I see both. So you have these checked so you see them in your slice. If you don't have these checked, you don't see them. So any of these here that are not checked, you won't see. This is great for customizability. The problem is there are so many settings, and half of them are set by default to the wrong setting. Like it's set by default to print the infill first and then print the perimeters. I cannot successfully describe how stupid that is. It's set by default to print infill without connecting the infill lines. One of the reasons I always hated Cura is because when I tell Simplify 3D to print infill, it goes extrude, zit, 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 retract. Jumps over here, extrude, zit, 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 zit. It's perfect. It works great. Do you know how Cura defaults to infill? Extrude, retract, extrude, retract, extrude, retract, extrude, retract, extrude, retract, extrude, retract, extrude, retract. Each line separately. the feeder motor is going trying to do infill. Well, I finally found, someone else told me about it. There is a setting called Connect Infill Lines. And there's also a setting called Connect Polygons. I don't know if it works with all infill film styles. But, yeah, I was set to advanced. You can still turn some off. Because you don't want all of them visible. It's too freaking many settings. So, and then it also prints perimeters outside first. That's dumb. Why in the world would you print the outside wall first? It doesn't make any... There's a very limited number of use case scenarios where it makes sense to print the outside first. But, that's why a lot of people have trouble with Cura. Can you make Cura print as good as any other printer? Absolutely. That's a beautiful print. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that print. Oh, did you see my Starship half? There we go. There's my half of Starship. So yeah, now I got to print the other half, and then I can make a rocket. I actually put a hole in it. It's all hollow, but I put a hole in it to accept a BT60 body tube. So not bad, not bad. It does have a flaw. Can you see? Yes, you can. So you see that that regular shift right there? See that regular shift? We think I might have an out-of-round drive wheel on the belt stepper motor, because that is 34 millimeters apart, and 34 millimeters apart equals a 10 millimeter diameter, and the only pulley on the printer that's 10 millimeters in diameter is the drive pulley for the stepper motor. So I might have an out-of-round stepper motor pulley. So we're looking into that. I haven't had a chance, I've been busy printing. But why is that out of focus? But now I have a way to fix it. I have to keep the two little windows up. I wish I could make buttons to do that, to reset the autofocus. So today we're talking about this little gem. You see what I did one of these similar before. This one's from Comgrow. About 140 bucks. It's a little laser. Now I just did this last night with it. So that is my QR code to bring today's 3D print up. Comes with glasses, comes with some wood, comes with a whole bunch of a little sample bits and pieces for you to use to play with your laser. So it comes with some cardstock, comes with some sheets of plywood, little sheets of plywood, cardstock, some thicker balsa or basswood. That looks like basswood. Some felt, both sticky stuff and regular. And it also comes with some keychains, little dog tags, which I thought was kind of cool. Except this one. I'm pretty sure this one's not going to work. I have never had success trying to laser blue with a blue laser, because it just reflects all the blue light. So I'm pretty sure the little dog bone is not going to work. This one should work fine. But yeah, I did that last night. Now this one comes with something really cool, plus the glasses. It comes with this little guidance tray that actually fits in this little perimeter here. So this guidance tray fits in the footprint of the printer like that. And it shows you where to place your it's got a target reticle for where to place what you're going to cut or burn. This is really cool because aligning this thing up is always a pain in the ass. And it has an up arrow to tell you which way is up. So you just stick that in there. There you go. And get it lined up. And now when you go to cut something, you have a platform inside of there. And you know where to go now. So now you know where to place your object. You can line it up with the square in there for where your start point's going to be. That's pretty cool. That's actually a great idea. That's a great addition. Now, some suggestions I gave them for feedback is that, why does my light seem so poor? I don't know why the light seems so bad. But I'd like to see them close this up, have a little door on here, because you don't want to be looking at the laser light when you're printing. And that'll also keep pets from looking at it. And I want them to put an exhaust fan in the top here so that it can exhaust the smoke out of the printer, because the smoke will inhibit the laser from continuing to do its job. So close these sides off with more of this material. You know, make this one a door that you can open so you can get to your stuff, of course. But close all four sides off completely so there's no openings for kids or pets to be able to see that laser light. And an exhaust fan on the top would be nice. But what I like about this is that you can run this off battery power. So this has a USB-C connection, and it's now running off of battery. So I can take this thing with me and use it portably off of battery power. And you can see the laser dot in there. I don't have any coupon codes, no. I have a link in the description, but that doesn't get you a discount. There we go. And you can use an app on your phone, which I think is a lot of fun because it keeps it portable. Where is the app? I gotta create a shortcut link. There it is. So you run. Thank you. I appreciate that, Jay. So you have an app on your phone. I got to figure out a way to sync my phone screen to OBS. I know there's a way to do it. I just haven't figured out how to do it yet. There we go. So if we want to make a QR code, for example, let's make a QR code for my website. http://www.nerys.com / see, save. It creates a QR code. We're going to hit next. We go to available devices. We scan. I should have done that first. Oh, it turned off. That makes sense, actually. There we go. There it is, blue laser. Come on. No, I'm using a LG. Next. There we go. We're connected now. It's now uploading the picture There we go. Hey. Ah, come on. The printer in standby mode doesn't use enough power to keep the USB active. Connected. Sometimes it helps to plug a second device into the your USB box to make sure it stays powered up. There we go, it's homing. Okay. I'm going to turn down the power because I noticed last night it was printing too hot. I hit save, and then we hit start engraving. As you'll see, it will start burning into the product. Let me get you a better view. And then I'm going to set up a block so I don't blind myself with that. And this is all portable. Now, there is PC software. You can plug this into your computer. It also comes with an AC power supply. So if you don't have a USB-C power supply that puts out 2 amps, you're okay. But if you have a battery pack or a USB-C power supply and you have your phone, you can put a phone on your Android or your iPhone and you can connect to a battery pack. Depends on how much power. It probably doesn't put out enough power. You might be able to mark some things, but it's going to be a power limitation. But how freaking cool is that? All of this you can do portably on battery power. The phone's battery powered, the engraver's battery powered. You just plug it into a battery pack like this. This is a little solar powered battery pack. That's a 36,000 milliamp battery pack, so that'll run this for quite a while. I don't know who you are, but go away. Yeah, it's really cool. It's very, very cool. Actually, I think even 80 was too powerful. So I might bring it down to like 60 or 50. It actually made a pretty deep cut. I might install myself a little 5-volt fan in here to help evacuate the smoke. What I really need is to get more of this laser plastic so I can make it safer. At least this has something of an enclosure. Because even the reflected light from this laser can be damaging. It's not likely to be, but you can see you can see how the beam is almost triangular shaped. Yeah, you can do exactly that, except it would take you a while. So you'd probably get caught. It's just wood. This is wood. I actually enjoy the smell of wood. But this is just open air. Now, obviously, you'd want to be careful if you're going to be doing this on plastic. You can cut plastic with this. I wonder if this is damaging to my camera. Maybe I better back up a little bit. Can I lock the focus? Yeah, I'm one of those weirdos who grew up with wood fires, so I enjoy the smell of wood. I backed it off, so now the attenuation's not high enough. I have a piece of wood in the way, so I can't see it. I'm looking at it through the screen. I only got one eye. Usually, yes. It's laser. You're burning the paper, so it's going to leave black burn marks. Now, the good thing is with something like wood, you could just sand it. I kind of wish it could go faster because it has the power to go faster. Like, I could increase the power and go double the speed, but I'm at max speed. So I would like to see more power, more motor speed. I mean, it's not bad. You'll see how long it takes. It's not that bad, but it's pretty darn cool. They did a nice job, and the app is pretty stable. I haven't had it crash yet. You can't connect it by Bluetooth to your phone. You have to connect it by Bluetooth in the app. I tried to pair it to the phone and it wouldn't pair. I was like, what the hell? Why won't this work? That's because you connect in the app. So you just have Bluetooth turned on, and in the app, you go to settings, you go to connect. That's what I want to do. I want to get some of this plastic. I want to get some of this green plastic and make a door for it. Because I actually like this. It really works well. The sides are open, but not as much. As you can see, they're also open, but it's much shorter. So it's just a small opening. They do that because they need air. But I would like to see them close it down with just a tidy gap at the bottom. And then use a fan to force ventilation. That's what I'd like to see them do. A little 5-volt dual ball bearing fan. It'll be silent. It won't take much power. Well, too bad. It is what it is. This is how I make my living. It's probably a 1.5. It actually did cut halfway into this plywood. You can see it actually cut pretty deep. Like, this actually did cut into the wood. But it would probably have trouble cutting all the way through because the carbon buildup as you cut would be a problem. Yes, it's a choice, and I choose to make a living. I'm not justifying my choice. I'm not saying, I'm all good because I made that choice, but it's the choice I made. Plus, I have someone willing to pay me to make them a chain. And it's only bad for the environment if you throw it away. The 3D printing is carbon negative. It takes carbon out of the environment as long as it doesn't end up in a landfill. Because then, of course, the carbon gets released back into the environment again. So, Ivan Miranda making a giant tank. How is that useful? It's not. It's fun, is what it is. Plus, I never throw away my plastic, ever. So everything I print is carbon sequestered and does not get released back into the atmosphere, at least not in my lifetime. Because when I have this waste that I have, I save it. I smash it up, and when I have enough of it, I will melt this down into a cinder block. And eventually, I will build a little shed in my backyard out of cinder blocks made from 3D printed waste. So my wasted plastic will never end up in a landfill, at least not in my lifetime. Now, once I die, I can't control what people do to what I made. The vast majority of the plastic waste that you see in the ocean, that Texas-sized floating waste, comes from industrial plastic production. Oh, really? Now that's a good idea. Is what PLA? The Jade this year? This year? Yes, this is PLA. If you're asking about this right here, that's PLA. PLA is kind of biodegradable, but it takes years. Well, he's not wrong. Odinata is not wrong, but he's also he's right for the wrong reasons. I see it as a metric. How much waste do I save by being self-employed and not having to drive back and forth to a job every single day? How much resources do I use driving back and forth to a job every day? Well, I probably print more stuff than your average home user. I mean, I print a lot of stuff. No, that's not the way to do it. It's attacking someone by saying, "Well, you use the stuff too." That doesn't solve anything and it doesn't fix the problem. Um, what I can tell you is that 3D printing is carbon negative because the production of the plastic sequesters CO2. So you're actually taking CO2 out of the environment when you get plastic. Hey, 3DP. If you throw the plastic parts away, then you're releasing that carbon back into the atmosphere. But if you don't throw the plastic parts away, well, then you're not. You've permanently sequestered that CO2 from the environment. So as long as you use the plastic, it doesn't have to be useful, but as long as you use the plastic in some way that's not going to degrade back into CO2, then you are carbon neutral or carbon negative. For example, it's one of the primary reasons I use things like this. These are vacuum bottles. These are insulated vacuum bottles. So I use these to make my tea. I don't use disposable cups, not even paper. Now, how many paper cups do I have to save to offset the manufacturing of one of these? I don't know. Probably a couple of hundred. I mean, because this took a significant amount of resources to produce. But what I can tell you is that I don't throw my plastic into the landfill, which means it doesn't really matter what I print as long as that stuff is used. Well, I recycle for financial reasons. Recycling is free. Throwing away trash costs money. So if I throw a trailer load of trash in the dump, it costs me $5. If I throw a trailer load of cardboard into the recycler, it costs me $0. I wish there was a more local place for me to go, because the transfer station is 15 miles away or 13 miles away. So it's a freaking 26-mile round trip, which is a pain in the ass. I mean, it's not that big of a pain, but it is a pain. And I get what, 4 miles per kilowatt? So that's 7 kilowatts of power I use to make that round trip. Well, what I plan to do. There's that false logic there. He's trying to make fun of that false logic, and I agree with that. Well, plastic can only be reused so many times. Okay. you have when it comes to plastic, there are two methods to recycle plastic. You have mechanical recycling and you have chemical recycling. When very few people do chemical recycling, although there are some companies working on that. Sure it is. Well, first of all, I'm not going to run 50 meters of plastic. And while 50 meters is irrelevant, that number means absolutely nothing. I'm not going to run 22 kilograms of plastic off my printer simply because I have things I want to do with this printer and I don't want to waste 60 days tying up this printer to do it. And that's assuming it doesn't fail. Now, if I can get it down to 30 days, maybe I'll give it a shot. We'll see. But if it gets me content and keeps me in my house, no, there wasn't what? That is an incomplete sentence. What does that mean, or Odanida? No, there wasn't what? Well, back to plastic. There are two ways to recycle plastic. One is not really recycling. It's extending the use of. You have mechanical recycling. That's where they chop up the plastic, they mix it with virgin materials, and they make new products with it. That's what all of our recycling does, if they do it at all. Some places, they have recycling programs, and they just toss the plastic in the landfill anyway. But that's why you have to separate your plastic by type. I found out PLA is actually type 7. And why didn't his logo pop up? There it is. Okay. Well, you can call it what you want, Odanada, but it's the way it is. This is what I do. I mean, you don't have to watch my content. I would appreciate it if you did, because that makes it worthwhile. But, you know, this is what I do. And I would consider that fun. That would be enjoyable to me. And the amount of pollution I'm going to generate by making a 22 kilogram chain, if I ever make that. I don't know if I have the money for that. It's expensive. But the pollution I make doing that is less than the pollution some guy spends going out racing his car at night. I choose a more constructive way to use my time, and I choose a way that makes me money. This is how I make my money. This is how I make a living. I don't have a regular job. I am self-employed. This is how I make my income. I earn 100% of my income from the proceeds of this channel. Now, don't be nasty, Boiler Ram. He has a point. He's going about it the wrong way, and he's not thinking about it completely logically, but he does have a point. So don't attack people who have valid points just because you disagree with their point. Let's not do that. The proper way, getting back to plastic recycling, the proper way to recycle plastic is chemical recycling. Technically, plastic is 100% recyclable. A plastic is a string of polymers. That sentence didn't even make sense, Odonata. And 40 kilograms is if I use a 0.8 millimeter nozzle. If I use a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, it will be 22 kilograms. Although it might actually be worth making the 40 kilogram one because the chain will be stronger and therefore it'll last longer and be more useful. So I'll have to weigh that. It depends on if I can get a sponsor for the filament because I'm not spending $400 to print an object. I don't have that kind of money. $400 would be an entire month's income, almost. That's like 2/3 of a month's income. Again, you're not making sense. I'm trying to have a logical discussion with you, and you're resorting to ad hominem attacks and name calling. Do you wish to have a discussion on the subject, or do you wish to just be in a sounding box, tooting your own horn, hearing what you want to hear? So, which do you want to have? Well, you don't understand human beings, Odonata. When a person buys a 3D printer, the first couple of months, they print every goddamn thing in tchotchke they can find on Thingiverse. Like, they print so much garbage, it's ridiculous. But that's because it's new, it's fascinating, it's fresh, it's interesting. But after a couple of months, 99% of people stop. And 3D printing just becomes a tool. No, you did not. You said spend as much energy on your design process as you do on you appeal to ridiculous fallacies. It's a no-brainer. Just like the cousins you mated to make you. If you don't consider that attacking when I've been extraordinarily polite and, working with you and trying to have a conversation, then you probably really do need to pull your head out of your ass. I mean, mating with my cousins, ridiculous fallacies? I mean, seriously? And don't know mod, block him. Leave him alone. So, what do you want to have a reasonable conversation, or you just want to go down a troll fest? I was just making sure that nobody did that. No, if he turns, like if he starts cursing and stuff like that, then yeah, we gotta block him. But as long as he stays reasonably civilized. So, how about an answer, Odonata? It doesn't have to be valuable content. It just has to provide me with a living. Now, if I can provide me with a living and create valuable content at the same time, every single YouTuber who does a 3D printer, every single one produces waste for the sake of producing waste, essentially. See, they don't. They produce waste for the sake of making a living. Your perception is that they're producing waste for the sake of waste. Because you don't agree with what they're printing. Well, what do you do for hobbies, Odonata? What do you do for a living? I guarantee you I can find something in your life that I don't agree with and tell you that you're doing waste for the sake of waste. And you'll come back and say, well, no, it's not. I need. Oh, you need. Or you want. This is fun to me. I find this enjoyable. This will not get thrown away. I will use this. Because I like it. I would rather print something like this than print 300 of these goddamn things. Because these are a waste. That's something I can actually use. Yet you see thousands of YouTubers printing these in benchies every goddamn day. Okay? At least this is useful. This is interesting. This has value. And if that content is interesting to people, if that content draws viewers, that's a good thing, because then I get to make a living, then I get to eat, I get to pay my electric bill. I go work for a local Walmart, how much waste am I generating? I created entire displays for my benchies that I printed because I don't want to throw them away. And remember, like I said, your ultimate stated goal is not wrong, but your motivations are poorly thought out and your attitude sucks. Well, that's justifying. The point is plastic is carbon negative. You remove carbon from the environment when you make plastic. The problem is when you throw away the plastic. If you don't throw away the plastic, then it's not going back into the environment. Yep. A secret Benji graveyard. I hope not. How long did it take you to come up with that? You had to think of something to justify your answer. But what else do you do for hobbies? Do you need to use the pegboard, or can you just put the tools on top of the counter? Well, no, I don't make my benchies useful. I just don't make benchies. Sometimes I have to print one because I need a common point of reference from model to model, from printer to printer, to give people a base reference to look at. Sadly, that means printing something like a benchy. I mean, a benchy has all the different things in it that we need to judge the quality of a plastic or a printer. Your pegboard holders might only touch one or two of those qualities that we need to address. So I could waste a kilogram of plastic printing out 30 different things that you would consider useful, and all the electricity necessary to print out those 30 different things that you would consider useful. Or I could just print a 30-gram benchy and not have to waste all the electricity and plastic printing out all these useful things to try to create my benchmarks without printing a benchy. It's silly. It's dumb. Matte B PLA does not really break down that well. We've buried PLA in a compost pile, and a year later it still looked brand new. It will break down, but I didn't check that. I didn't check the temperature. Good point. I'll have to try that. Composting is hard here because it's so dry, and your compost needs to be moist. Hey, we got a PayPal. Richard, $25. Happy holidays. Thank you very much, Richard. You rock. I appreciate that. Yeah, but if you torch it, you're releasing all the CO2 into the atmosphere. You don't want to torch it. No, because I break it down. Are you just not listening to me on purpose? Like, do you want to have a discussion, Odonata, or do you just want to attack, attack, attack? Because you've done nothing but attack since your first post. You complain about people attacking you, but that's human nature. When you attack somebody, they want to defend themselves. They want to return the favor. You punch me in the face, I want to punch you in the face. How about you stop punching people in the face and maybe they won't try to punch you back? Okay? Let me explain what I do again. I have over an acre of property. No, I don't think he is. I think he's ignorant. I don't think he's a troll yet. I think he has good intentions, just poor methods of actually doing something about his good intentions. So, this is waste. This print failed. Okay? There's always going to be waste. Nothing I can do about that. I'm not perfect. I mean, I'm not the smartest person in the world. I don't have perfect knowledge. It took me like 15 tries to get this chain to work. Okay, so there's always going to be waste. What I do with my waste, well, what I started doing when I moved out here, because I have the space out here. Back in Pennsylvania, I didn't have the space. Here I do. I need sheds. I need storage space to, put stuff. For example, I want to build a dedicated shed just for my pellets, for my wood burning stove. I have a pellet stove. That's my heat source in my house. So I have lots of waste that I'm going to be generating. And I will always be generating a lot of waste. Nothing I can do about it. Except to quit my job, which I'm not going to do because, well, I don't want to die. So I need to be able to eat. What's the matter, baby? You okay? So, right now, we do not recycle PLA. Technically, it's a Type 7 plastic and it should be recyclable, but we don't. In this country, we just don't recycle PLA. I don't want to, but you're not asking everybody to be conservative-minded with their prints. You're not asking us to print useful stuff. You're not asking us to be all in this together. Right now, you did. But every one of your other posts was, fuck you, you pieces of shit. And, well, how do you think people are going to reply when you talk to them like that? If your first post was this, we'd be having a very different conversation. Yes, it is, because the plants sequester CO2. And this is plant-based plastic. It's polylactic acid. It comes from cornstarch and other grain-based materials. So PLA is carbon negative. You are sequestering carbon when you produce a roll of PLA. That assumes you don't throw it away when you're done. Because, of course, if you... this is carbon negative. This is a piece of wood. This wood came from a tree. The tree has sequestered carbon out of the atmosphere. But if I burn this, if I throw this into fire and burn it, I'm releasing all that sequestered carbon back into the environment. But if I keep this, it stays sequestered, which is why wood furniture is carbon negative. Only if you don't throw it away. So, with 3D printing, the way I solve the recycling problem until we actually have a way of recycling in this country, I keep it. I don't throw it away. I've done small samples to test this. It should work. It looks like it works. I will basically melt this down until it becomes a gloopy mess in a mold. And that mold will be the size of a cinder block. I do study thermodynamics. Aerospace engineer. Thank you. Recycling is totally broken because, well, again, you're not listening to me. I want you to listen to the words coming out of my mouth because you're obviously not listening to me. There are two ways to recycle plastic, and one way is not quite recycling, but extending the life of. You have mechanical recycling. That's where you grind up the plastic, mix it with virgin plastic, and you make new items. That's reuse, but not really recycling. But reuse is good. True plastic recycling is chemical recycling. If you chemically devolve the plastic, you break the polymers back down into monomers. It is now truly recycled 100%. You could use those monomers to make any new plastic. You could even take a nylon and make a PET, or take a PET and make a nylon. Because once you break it down into monomers, you can put it back together into whatever polymer you want. And it's 100%. You do not have to add any virgin material. But we don't do this in the US because it's expensive. There are a few people working on making it more affordable to chemically recycle plastic. If they succeed, we will have true recycling of plastic. But right now, we do not have true recycling of plastic, which is why I don't throw this away. Instead, I will collect my waste until I have enough to make a block. And then I will make a block. Literally, a brick. A cinder block. It's a cinder block, but that's the size I want to make. And as I make more of these blocks, I will build stuff with them. Stuff that will stay permanently on my property. Which means the plastic retains its sequestered CO2. That's pretty cool, Day UK. I'd like to talk about that one day. And that's what I do with my waste. I do not throw my waste. We use a landfill here in New Mexico, okay? I do not throw this in the garbage because I don't want it ending up in a landfill. Then say it nicely. Don't be an asshole. That's what I'm trying to get across to you. All right? Go up to a bear and smack him in the face. See what the bear does to you. Go up to a bear and give him some honey. See what the bear does to you. He'll probably still eat you, but you see my point. Okay? Don't be a dick. If you're a dick, you're just going to be ignored. As soon as you attack somebody, you've lost. You're done. You might as well just give up. It's why you get frustrated when you talk to people, because the moment you attack somebody, you lost. You're done. You've defeated the entire point of anything you're trying to do. You might as well just go home. Because the moment you attack somebody, they've ceased listening to you. Now they're just going to defend themselves and retaliate. So if you think yelling at people and attacking them is going to get your message out there, you're hurting your own message. You're your own worst enemy. Well, recycling is never economically feasible because recycling always costs more than just using more material. So we have to force people to recycle. Huh, it won't let me show that message, Shadung. Whatever it is, what does that go to before I go posting it? It doesn't go anywhere. Oh, I see what you're showing, the boat. Maybe I can post it. For some reason, it would not let me show the message. I don't know why. It says error, try again. I actually don't have a lot of scrap. I probably have about 15 pounds of scrap, maybe 20 pounds of scrap. I have it all in buckets in the back of the house. Well, as much as Odonata's methods are completely ignorant and wrong, saying my waste is okay because you waste too is also wrong. It doesn't work that way. The trick is to figure out a way to make it equitable. Well, there's your problem, Odonata. Define useful, define valuable, and define interesting. I define this as useful. I define it as interesting. And because it's useful and interesting, it's also valuable by definition. So the problem you're having, that's exactly what I'm doing on Madge Star, is I actually got the idea from, I think, CNC Kitchen. No, it wasn't CNC Kitchen. It was, I think his name is Brown. He does, wood carving and wood turning. This is a laser by Comgrow. It's a little portable laser. We are actually running it off of a battery pack. So this is not plugged into household power. You can actually solar power this thing. Yep, that's a QR code for my channel, for my website. Plastic is recyclable. The economics never worked. The only way the economics work for plastic recycling is if you mandate it. But as long as we can get virgin material cheaper than recycled processing, Recycling will never be economical. That's not how it works, Odonata. That's a government regulation issue. An individual can't do anything about that. It's the economies of scale. And I do. Well, of course, because it's mine. So, of course, I get to be the judge of what's useful. That's the part you're not getting. It's not that what I'm doing is not useful, it's you've decided it's not useful. You're trying to be the judge and jury here. Isn't that print cheating? A QR code can contain errors. I don't know, I test them. So when I scan it, there it goes. It brings up today's 3D print. There it is. Yeah, especially for something portable. Well, if Ted Bundy is your metric for good or bad, well, I guess that's on you, buddy. I don't think that's a very good metric. Now, does it count if I eat a politician? You know, we kind of favor eating politicians around here. That'd be very good for the world. What camera is that? This camera here is on my Amazon page. It's this camera here. So it's on an articulated arm. It has a ring light built into it, an ability to control and lock focus and brightness. It's a really nice camera. It's like 120 bucks too, and it's got a Sony sensor inside. So it's actually a nice unit. This laser is 140 bucks. Link is down below to Comgrow's website where it's available. I like it. Like I said, the improvements I would make is that I would like to see the sides be complete. A pretty decent amount. You are burning wood. But it's nice. I like the smell of wood. I like this unit because I can take it with me and I don't need a PC. Well, technically you have a PC. Your phone is a PC. Actually, your phone is the epitome of a PC, a portable computer. But you can connect it wirelessly to your phone over the app. You can also connect it USB-C to your PC, your computer. And down below, there is a link to a share folder that has the Windows app and the Apple app. And there's a QR code in the instructions to get you the iOS or the Android app if you want to use your phone. And of course, just buy a battery pack and you can run this thing portably. It even has dual USB-C ports. So you have a barrel plug in the middle here for an AC adapter. It has dual USB-C ports. This one's for data connection to the PC, and this one is for power. So you could plug your computer into this one and your battery or power supply into this one. It's probably a 1 watt, 1.5 watt laser. It's not super powerful. It cuts pretty deep into the plywood, though. Let me see. Do the instructions tell me what the actual power output is? What did I do with the instructions? No idea, but I do have a download of them. What did I do with that? Maybe, maybe not. No, it does not. Well, if you plug it into the PC, then yes. But if you use your phone, it's Bluetooth. So it connects by Bluetooth. And you, as you can see here, is it on? I don't think it's on. Yeah. You can see the Bluetooth connection is off. So once you've sent the data to the device, it's no longer connected to your phone. You can just walk away. So it looks like this has enough memory. You can upload the entire program to the device. And then you no longer need a connection, which is actually pretty cool. Thank you, DeWitt and John. No, I'm connecting to my LG V40. That's an LG V40. So that's Android. Probably Odonata. Don't worry about it. A thumbs down is still an interaction. Oh, yes, I love me some eye crap. And we might actually get to see this release from the belt. The only problem is I might have to thicken this up a little bit because this does not detach from the belt. This will wrap around. This will detach, but not this. It's still printing. There you go. Well, that's the one thing they get right, is they always have a good camera. Give them credit where it's due. It's just too bad their hardware sucks. Printing an art installation? No. Hi, kitty. This chain's only about 1 meter long, if that. But I would like to eventually print a longer one. I actually have somebody who wants to pay me to make them a chain. They want a decorative chain for their show car. They want to put a chain on the front of their 4x4, but they don't want to leave a big heavy metal rusting chain on there. So he wants to put a plastic one on there for decoration. At least I think that's what he wants to do. Oh, it also came with a really nice metal thumb drive. Really nice unit. Hey, so we get to see the chain print and the laser cut. Lithophanes are amazing. I love lithophanes. A properly done lithophane is just magical. What are stanchions? I recognize the word. Let me look it up. Doing pretty good, Vaughn. How are you doing? Upright fixture that provides support for some other object. I don't know. What? 15 minutes? 20 minutes? I don't know. Yeah, it would work great for that, actually. Well, Apple's good at marketing. Their product only has to work. It doesn't have to work well. And let's be serious, their products do work fine until Apple tries to sue you for trying to repair your device. Oh no, I'll have to check that out. Yes, the color 3D printed lithophades are absolutely amazing. I met the guy who does them at Murph. Yeah, but hey, that guy's laughing all the way to the bank, man. Did they really? They pulled it off and ate it? Oh my god. Apple has sued people who repair Apple devices. Apple is going through great lengths to stop people from being able to repair their own devices. You see, the reason Apple devices seem so reliable is because it's a single point chain. Apple controls absolutely every aspect of the production from start to finish. So when you go and buy the iPhone, there's only one iPhone. So the OS only has to run on one configuration of hardware. And that hardware is vetted. The reason Android devices seem so problematic and Windows devices is because it has to run on such a large variety of hardware. If you run Android on quality hardware, it is just as stable and just as reliable as Apple devices. But because so many people have cheap hardware and crap hardware, you see all kinds of problems. I mean, I never have a problem with my phone. I mean, this thing, it runs basically flawlessly. I have zero issues with this. It's just as stable, just as reliable as an iPhone. But this is a flagship phone. It's an LG V40. It's good hardware. I gotta post one this week. I got a whole bunch of clips ready. I just gotta put them together into some videos. Thingiverse. Copy. Let's see where that goes. I mean, if you're already in the Apple ecosystem, oh yeah, I've seen this before. This thing's amazing. Um, Rodriguez, that's an incomplete statement. Where's the first half? I'm curious about that, but that seems like you said something and then replied with that. What was the first part? No, I haven't, Ronald. Well, first, $7 a month is a relative figure. So, what is the typical income in that country? And who destroyed the building and why? Yeah, I just downloaded that snow globe. That looks awesome. Correct. That's the reason all manufacturers produce overseas, because it's cheap. You are mixing two economic systems that should not be allowed to mix, at least not that way. And that is detrimental to us. It actually helps them, it hurts us because it reduces our income here while not reducing our cost of living. Well, if Android was produced here, it wouldn't be competitive either. An Ender 3 would be $1,000, $1,500 printer if it was made here. And that's being conservative. Holy shit. Delete, delete, delete. Huh. So not only were they using cheap labor in another country, but they were screwing the cheap labor. Nice. How typical of a corporation. Remember, folks, the answer is always ETP. ETP is the ultimate answer. We just have to get people to learn to accept that. Did that fail? No. Okay, it's just starting a new print. That's right. Yeah, Samsung makes a lot of parts for a lot of things. Oh, I see what you mean. Rodriguez, that makes sense. I always tell people, well, they have enough votes to override his veto, but it might be political suicide too. So that shit show is going to be interesting to watch unfold. Oh my god. Oh, I forgot about the pocket veto. That's interesting. When is Trump giving up power? I don't understand the question. Assuming the courts uphold the current election results, Trump will no longer be president on January 20th. Yeah, that's right. He can just not sign it because in order for him to override his veto, he has to actually veto it. Interesting. Well, I will give Trump credit for one thing. He has exposed how absolutely ludicrous and useless the government of the United States really is. He's made everybody aware of just how pointless the U.S. government is. Oh my god. Hello, Paul. How are you doing? Happy, happy victims. Well, I tell you one thing, if they do say yes to $2,000 checks, I'm not going to say no. Oh my god. Where's my Santa hat? Well, I guess we are just before. Oh, yes, 23rd. Wow. Well, remember, most of that stuff is not part of the stimulus bill. What they did was they combined the omnibus bill with the stimulus bill, and they made them all one big bill. They did that intentionally so they can hide a whole bunch of shit inside of it. That's what our government does. I mean, do you think any of these politicians actually read the 5,600 pages? Hell no. I mean, they couldn't even print a hard copy. There wasn't enough time. You literally couldn't print 5,600 pages in the time they had. Not to speak of read it. Well, of course no one read it. Well, okay. That's a double-edged sword. First of all, they're not supposed to read it. That's why they create committees. Most of our bills are way too large for any one individual to read the whole thing. So, for example, they might say, okay, Odonata, you're head of the committee for recycling. You take care of the recycling part of the omnibus bill. You know, Chris, you're part of the ETP protocol. You take care of that part of the omnibus bill. And then TK, you take care of foreign relations with the UK. You take care of that part of the omnibus bill. Then each of us gets our committee together and we go over the different parts of the bill. We have different heads that vet everything and go over it. And then, I provide my ETP section of the bill. TK provides the foreign relations section of the bill. And Odonata provides the recycling part of the bill. So me in the ETP portion, I'm not going to read the recycling part because that's not my job. It's not part of it. I agree. It's bullshit, but it's not part of the relief bill. That's kind of a disingenuous to say that. But so there's no expectation that every politician is going to read every part of the bill. In theory, each subcommittee takes care of their portion of the bill. The problem is these bills have gotten so big and so comprehensive that they can sneak all kinds of bullshit into the bills. I mean, just it's crazy. And that's why they wanted to do it. I know, but what I'm saying is that all of these special interest things that you're talking about aren't part of the relief bill. And so saying, what does this have to do with COVID relief is disingenuous. Now, you would be correct in saying, why is that in any bill? That would be correct. 80% of our borrowed money is borrowed by the US. China doesn't actually have a lot of our money. And it also doesn't matter. The way a modern fractional reserve banking system works, inflation isn't exactly what you think it is. You'd have to talk to an economist. I'm not an expert on economy and economics, but inflation doesn't quite work like that. Um, the the problem is when the nation fails and the rest of the world stops having faith in that nation and therefore stops trusting that nation's currency. That's when you're going to see inflation. But as long as the world trusts the dollar, then you're not going to see uncontrolled inflation. It's just not how it works. It's weird. It's counterintuitive, but economists can explain it better. But it just, like, for example, this year there hasn't been much inflation. We've printed trillions of dollars, but where's the inflation? It's not there. It's because it doesn't work that way. You'd have to go to a YouTube channel that is better at explaining it than I am. But it's the way our economics work. Inflation doesn't work that way. You'll get more inflation or deflation from a failing society than you will from printing money, if the printing of that money helps prop up that society. So, it's weird. Yep, and that's why we, murder heads of states in other states and, you know, overthrow foreign governments, and that's why we do that, because they threaten to, sell oil in something besides the US dollar. I mean, you wonder why Iran hates us so much. It's because we killed their president. Their democratically elected president. We killed him because he didn't do what we said. Yes, we need to eat them. Democrats, Republicans, I don't care. Y'all taste like chicken. Exactly. The dollar is stable. The slow crawl of inflation is what's really going to hurt Americans, though. The slow inflation crawl is pretty bad. You know, I tell people that in 100 years, wages have remained basically unchanged in the United States. In 1920, your typical wage was $3,348 a year. When you adjust that for inflation, that's $48,000 a year. So in 1920, your typical dad was making $48,000 a year to support his family. I gotta cover this up. The laser's starting to become visible. Cryptocurrency is totally unstable right now, but that's because it's nascent. It's new. Whether or not it will become stable, don't know. Your median income today is $50,000. And that's household income. So that's actually lower. So our wages have remained basically unchanged for the last 100 years. But our cost of living has gone up 300 to 700% across the board. Unless you do what I did, move out into the middle of nowhere where the cost of living is a lot cheaper. Yeah. I wonder, will that peel? Well, that's because Bitcoin is limited. So there are only so many Bitcoins in the environment. So its value is going to go up. And of course, it's attached to the dollar, so it's going to rise and fall with the dollar. I thought it hit 24. Is it coming back down again? Battery pack is still showing full, so it's not using that much power. Now, what really sucks recycling-wise is this crap. Because it takes up a crazy amount of space and it can't be recycled, at least not yet. And every one of these printers comes with a ton of this foam. But it's necessary. Without this foam, the printers would arrive broken. Although, I kept my box. So I'm going to keep this. I cut off the side panel. I'm going to keep that. Well, Prusas also don't come assembled. Buy a pre-assembled Prusa and tell me they do that. Yeah, but if you melt down foam, I think it releases toxicity. I'm not sure. Yep. Oh, I gotta print a Rickroll QR code. Burn a Rickroll QR code. That'd be hilarious. Well, I can also make napalm out of it. I had a Bitcoin, or a fraction of one, from the early days when Bitcoin first started. And I so wish I could find it. Because it was worthless when I found it. It wasn't worth anything. It was an idiosyncrasy, an oddity. And, yeah, well, it's gone. That sucks. That was, at the time, it was worth like $8,000. Hey, that might pop off. You have 4 Bitcoin? No way. You're telling me you have $95,000 worth of Bitcoin? Dude, sell it. Cash that shit in before it's gone. Oh my god. Wow. You hope if it doesn't tank. Oh my god. Boy, protect that shit, man. Oh my god. That's incredible. Boy, could you imagine throwing away a hard drive worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? That's incredible. I feel so bad for a person like that. That could change your life. That's good. You don't want nothing to happen to that. My God. It is peeling off. Kind of. This little piece on the lip here isn't. Sorry, I just did that. Incredible. Hi, kitty. How you doing, kitty? How you doing, baby? You want some petting? Yeah. You're such a good boy. Rawr. Not really. We're gonna go out to the store today and get a little ham. And I got potatoes and sweet potatoes and cranberry sauce, and I got some fresh broccoli and cauliflower. And today's a rough day for Michelle because, today's the day, her dad died. Right about now, actually. That's when he passed. Right around noon to 1 Eastern time. I guess we're estimating. I'm just really glad how it ended. The night before he died, we had a decent evening. I helped him out of the shower and changed his bandages, and we had a talk, and no fighting, no yelling. There was a lot of fighting and yelling during that time period. Money, of course, it was always about money. And but thankfully that night we didn't have an argument, no yelling. It was a nice, quiet, peaceful evening. Oh my God, that's incredible. Sorry to hear that, TK. At least in that regard, I got lucky. We didn't have to part ways on a bad note. Lung replacement, Jesus. Well, at least not a bad memory. I know a lot of people, they have a fight or an argument right before an event like that, and it sucks to end it on that note. So, Oh my God. Is the failure rate for that kind of operation pretty high? That might be why he didn't tell anybody. Some people try not to burden other people with things like that. So a high risk operation. That sucks, dude. Yeah, you start to have regrets like that. Could I have done this? Could I have done that? Yeah, it could tear you up. Yeah, so today Michelle is not the best feeling person in the world. You guys know she's a little handicapped in that regard, so it hits her emotionally pretty hard. It is what it is. We just do the best we can. We're losing weight. Hopefully, we can lose weight faster than it kills us. Just do the best we can. That's probably why he didn't say anything. He didn't want the goodbyes. Goodbyes are hard, man. Goodbyes are really hard. When I die, I don't want to know what's coming. I want it to be gone. Just like, boom. Never see a thing coming. Just erased. That's the way I want it to be. Or in my sleep. Actually, I'd prefer it not to be in my sleep because then she has to find me. I don't want that. So, I'd prefer, driving down the road and a semi just screams you. And you're just done. Never feel a thing. I hope so. I think so. I hope I'm doing the right thing. I hope I'm doing it well. I'll just do the best I can. Hope it's enough. Yeah, I scored some bras off of Amazon for Michelle. $27, which is like half the price they normally cost. So I was super stoked about that. You see the weird things I get stoked about now? Just hope they got a fitter right. Hope they're strong enough to last. If they last a tenth the time, then they cost 5 times as much. So we got two of them from two different brands, and we'll see how they hold up. She obviously has a very large size, so they're pretty hard to find. It's funny the weird things that pop into your head randomly, isn't it? Like, where did that come out of left field? Just weird the way the brain works. Hey, pretty soon, within the hour, we're going to see the first link pop off of this. The resolution's pretty high considering how long it's taking to do this. That really, I tell people that all the time, but maybe they don't know how serious it was, but that really came close to breaking me. Yeah, I've read that before. That's great. That the it wasn't just the 3 full-time jobs. It was the combination of the 3 full-time jobs and the continuous fight with every single agency trying to take everything they could from me. I mean, it beats you down. You just, after a while, you just like just end it. You think, not suicide or anything like that. Just you want to give up. It's just you get burnt out fighting. Oh, that's much nicer. Not as black, but it looks cleaner. I turned the power down to 80. And this one's blacker, but this one's cleaner. I like that. And let's see if it works. What? That one works. There it goes. I was too close. So we hold that down there. There we go. There's.com. Very cool. So now if you scan that, it takes you to my website. That's pretty slick. QR codes are fascinating. It should be able to do dithering. It's just a matter of programming it. I guess we can try something else. Hang on. A tattoo. Yeah, I'm not burning my skin with this. Let's see. What can I try to do? So I need something that would be black and white compatible. That don't look too bad. We could do a little bit of Ender. Yeah, that don't look too bad. Come on. What? Oh, I have to wait 4 seconds for some reason. Why isn't it connecting? Okay, there it is. Alrighty, next. Let's see how well this works. we're going to try printing a picture of Ender. No, I don't have any tape. I'll have to get some masking tape. You know, Christmas card lithophanes are a great idea. Oh man, that's a great idea. That's a fantastic idea. I can't believe I never thought of that. What a great idea. Day UK, that's a smart idea. Hey, Ben. Yeah, I remember. I used to come with white tape. Days Rubbish Clearance just sent me 20 pounds. Dude, you rock. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Oh, that's right. She wants lemon meringue pie. That's why we're going to Smith's. If she wants lemon meringue pie, I was like, fine. If they got lemon meringue pie, we'll get lemon meringue pie. That's all right. It's metal. Actually, you know, it hasn't done a whole lot yet, so I can move this. I hope it's moving down. I notice sometimes it gets stuck at the top. On the app, I don't think so. On the PC, probably. You're talking about vector mode. And I do like vector mode. It's nice and fast. Our first piece is getting ready to pop off. See that? I have a physical block here so that I can't see the laser. I'll show you. See? I have it blocked so I can't see the laser. For exactly that reason. I don't want to burn my eyeball with a freaking laser. When I'm using the bigger lasers that can actually reflect some light, damn right. Um, I hang up a pair of laser goggles on the wall in there, so if Michelle comes out, she knows to put them on. Is it working? Or is it stuck doing a single line again? I can't tell if it's actually... I don't think it's making progress. I think it's not moving down. Oh, we're going to make some ham. No, it does not give me an estimate. It says it's 4%, but it hasn't moved down 4%. I think it's stuck again. Yeah, I think it's stuck again. I've had that happen once before. Let's try this again. It's uploading to the unit now. Can this slice ham? No. Not quite. I don't think it's moving. Something's not right. I gotta look at the laser now, so now I need glasses. Oh, interesting. It stopped when I picked it up. That's interesting. It stopped when I pick it up. Yeah, one of the I don't know. Let's find out. See if it still draws a line or if it moves. Yeah, it's just drawing a line. But I know the stepper hasn't failed because it moves to set home. So did I select something wrong in the settings? Yeah, see, it worked fine. It went to the full stop, it went to the full back. So it's software, it's not hardware. Okay. We could test that by doing another QR code, see if that works again. Oh, we can do a barcode too. Can I do a vector? Oh, the app just crashed. Let's see. Yeah, see now it's working. Okay, so it is software, it's not hardware. That's normal. It doesn't have end stop switches. So it just moves until it knows it has to be there. So that's actually normal. It is doing a vector base. You can see now it's drawing the outline instead of going scan. Yeah, I noticed that. Too much power. It's in cutting mode instead of carving mode. So it might actually be going all the way through. I guess we're going to find out in a minute. Oh, yeah, I could do that. 1.6 watts. Low power, not a high power unit. This is pretty nice. I also like that it's portable. I can run it off battery power, USB. I can take it with me. I don't know. It's got to be at least 1.6 output or it wouldn't be cutting like this. Oh, it actually broke that one free. But I think it'll still finish. Yeah, I know, to blow the smoke away. I wonder if it actually cut through. Nice. Nope, didn't cut through. Nice, though. That actually looks pretty nice. I was off the edge a little bit. Now I just got to get them to fix the raster part. Because you see, I was just burning the same line over and over again. Yeah, it's on. It stays on in dim mode, and then the battery turns off. As you see, it's off now. Cool. It is. It's pretty clean. Wood is nice because you could just sand the top a tiny bit, and it gets rid of all that little overburn. Can I do that? Can I demonstrate that with felt? Maybe. Yeah. See how I cleaned it up a little bit? Not bad. It's actually pretty deep in there. You can like put your fingers in there. You can feel it. I mean, it doesn't have a big print of a burn volume. A little bit bigger than that. That's probably pretty close to full size. But it's portable. It's convenient. You know, I could take this with me and do custom jobs anywhere I want. And you can even break it down if you want. These come off. So these legs pop off. You can see, you can make that a really portable machine. If you do it right, like a smaller battery, you might even be able to fit the battery in here and really make this thing portable. What's it say in here? 1.6 watt, 445 nanometers. Cool. Yeah, it would work for that too. Actually, that really would work pretty well. I like the way these legs latch in now. They kind of click in place. The older model didn't quite do that. See, what I want them to do is to Why is this so dark? Can I control that? Yes, I can. There we go. That's a little better. So, what I want them to do is to bring this wall down so there's only a tiny gap here. Burn dimensions. Where's my tape measure? There it is. Looks like... Well, this is a 70 by 70. Is that the maximum? What's this say? 100 by 100. So it'll do a 100 by 100 burn area. And then what I want to do is to have a door here made of this material that you can open. Yep. It wouldn't up the price that much. If it added $10, so be it. But there's plenty of space here. You can see it's all just a plastic roof here. There's nothing there. So they could easily put a fan right here and just have an exhaust fan sucking out, which would draw air from underneath and blow out. Yeah, I like this. I like the fact that I can connect to the phone. I really like that. And that it'll run off USB-C. So you got 2 USB-C ports, one's data, one's power, and then you also have an AC power port. So it comes with a little brick. What did I do with the little brick? I don't know. It's here somewhere. But it comes with the... Oh, is this it? Nope. Comes with a pretty beefy USB cable, which you can use for power as well. Comes with a nice sampling of materials to get you started. So it comes with a couple of keychains. Yes, it has an app you run on the phone. I think. Let me adjust the exposure there. So it has an app that you run on the phone to do everything. So there's your getting ready screen. You can change the size of it, scale it. Edit. Here you can pick your basic start. So photos. What's material library? Oh, cool. Comes with a whole bunch of little things you can do. Oh, there's not that many there. I'd like to see this grow more. Whiteboard is where you can just add whatever you want. And then photograph. Oh, you take a photo. Okay. Generate QR codes and generate barcodes. There's also an app for the PC. I haven't installed that yet. Hang on, let me install that. We have not tried the PC install yet. I like the way this just fits right in here. So it kind of lines up. I wish it sat a little better. We might try again from the PC, see if the rasterizing works from the PC. Okay. Now, this might get a little dicey because I have 7 things plugged into USB ports. And the computer is not exactly happy about that. But we're going to try it. Let me upload a picture. So that is this software. I think it's connected. How do I add an image? Oh, just touch there. Okay. How do I move it? Oh, you have to do this. Seriously? I can't drag and drop? Well, that's kind of annoying. Where's my kitten? There it is. There we go. Let's do gray. Something's not working. I bet you it's not working on the USB because I have so many things plugged in. Scale just zooms in and zooms out. Yeah, I'm thinking it's not happy about me plugging in so many USB devices. No, I don't think it's connected. I'm not. Oh, I won't hear it anyway. No. I forgot I'm not going to hear the USB sounds because I have the microphone plugged in, which takes over both speaker and mic. Okay, it's there. COM15. Says it's connected. I don't know what flash image does, but it is not working. She says connect. I've never tried the PC software before, so something's not working. I have a feeling it has something to do with the fact that I have so many devices plugged in. I have all these devices plugged in, these devices plugged in, and these devices plugged in. So I'm using every port on the computer, and it's not always happy about that. There we go. Why does it keep going out of focus? What in the world could it be focusing on that it keeps losing focus? Yeah, let's put it on manual. I don't think that's it. I think it's not properly connecting. I mean, this turned on. Could it be it doesn't like the power? I don't think so. There's the other power brick. What did I do with the... Is this it? Nope, that's the LED light. Not in there. What did I do with the power supply for this? Is this it? There it is. I think. Yeah. Am I in the right one? Yep, that one's power. Oh, I didn't give it any power. I bet you that's it. Hang on. Oh, it does not do it automatically. Nope, still nothing. All right, I'm gonna have to ask him about. I did. I even tried a different USB port. Either it doesn't like that I have so many things plugged in and this is not working. Like, for example, I know I cannot plug cameras into this. It won't work. Cameras have to be plugged into here. Not only that, I have to plug the cameras in a specific order, or they don't always work. That's why I have them all labeled. So I'll have to try that afterwards, because if I unplug any of these cameras, it's going to really foobar the stream. So that could be because of my setup. And if it's not, I'll find out from them how to make it work. But the phone app works fine, except when I try to do a rasterized image. Then the phone app doesn't work fine. Not entirely sure why. But I will try to find out. How does that work? There you go. Huh. This is going well, though. And the first link is getting ready to pop off the bed here. I'm just glad I finally figured out how to get the chain links to print. Yeah, I bet. They're fun. These things are a lot of fun. And if you get yourself a battery pack while you're at it. The only thing is, When this is in standby mode, when it's not actively burning, it draws very little power. Enough that the battery automatically turns off. So while you're prepping your burn, just make sure you every now and then hit the button on your battery to make sure it stays on. Now, once this begins burning, it draws enough power to stay on. That's an issue with the battery packs, not with the laser. I can make that screen a little bigger. And then you can see both. Nice! This is just an Amazon battery. This is pretty nice because it has wireless Qi charging. All the ports are high power ports, so it puts 3 amps out of every port, which is really nice. You don't have to worry about, oh, that's a 1 amp port. And it's got a solar panel. Solar panel's not that useful. It would probably take several weeks to recharge this battery, but if you plug a very small load into it, the solar panel might be enough to keep you from discharging the battery. If you genuinely want solar power, if I were to allow the entire chain to dangle, yes, it probably could. But since it's only going to be a couple of links and each link doesn't weigh that much, it shouldn't. Now, if you get something like this, it is actually not as nice of a battery pack as the other one, but it has a real solar panel. So each of those is a solar panel. This can actually recharge this battery in like 2 days, 2.5 days. You see it's even charging in here. I have a couple of these. And of course, you could plug it in and charge it. I have a couple of different kinds of those. Hey, is that my disc I was looking for? No. I got this kind. This one's a slim one. It's only a little 10,000 milliamp one. But it's also got the tri-panel. And you can remove the battery pack from the solar panel. So you can have the battery pack as a separate unit from the solar panel. You see there's 2 little pogo pins. 2 little pogo pins connect to these here. Oh, a little rust. Good thing they're gold plated. And when you snap that back together, it's solar powered now. They're pretty neat. Then if you really want to go to town, you get something like this. These are expensive. But that's a 26,000 milliamp battery pack that's capable of putting out and receiving 100 watts of power. So with my 100 watt power supply, I can recharge this in 2.8 hours, which is phenomenal. Because normally these take overnight to charge because they're so big. Well, this is capable of putting out and taking in 100 watts, which is amazing. Expensive little boogers, but they're nice. This is just a test print. It is half done, so it'll be twice that long. But eventually I'd like to print a long one, just for shiggles. Also make a cool Halloween decoration, too. I could drape that along my fence line on the house, for Halloween. That'd be fun. I made so many test prints over and over and over again yesterday trying to get this thing to work. this is the first one that worked. What I ended up having to do was round these edges slightly to reduce the warping and add these little brim tabs here so that this first start could get established enough without falling off. Dress up as Marley. Marley. Nothing popped up when I searched for Marley. Marley Christmas Carol. Oh, I see, with the big chains around the neck. Okay. That guy. A little bit. I went to bed late. Yep, print in place. No more gluing the chain together. Oh, holy shit. Julie Byrne. $100. You're my hero. Holy crap. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. That is amazing. Wow. Thank you. Yeah, the cool thing about a belt printer is that you can do an infinite length print in place chain. And you don't have to print separate links and join them. Because it's a continuous belt, you just keep printing it. Yes, this is regular OBS. So I can, like, I currently have 3 set up. This is my monitor view. And then I have these 2 down here. I shouldn't show that. This is the spot camera view. So that's the view from this camera here. And then me and the overhead are a subset. And then the table cam is the whole table. I have a camera mounted up there. And that shines down, and there's my OBS setup right there. It's pretty nifty. It's not exactly super stable. It loves crashing, but it's pretty neat. I'm waiting for the one to fall off the end. I want to see what happens. I'm like super curious about that. Yeah, just mess up the print, Chris. Yep. Good job. See you later, Vaughn. You have a great holiday. All these notifications that I don't need. Have you seen the chain by Iclis? No. Do you have a link? Do you have a link for it, Lightspeed? I've seen people post chains, but posting a large chain like this is difficult to make any kind of length unless you have a belt printer. Let's see. Just because you'll run out of room. Oh, cool. Hmm. Yeah, but his makes a coil. Because he didn't have a belt printer when he tried it. See how it makes a coil? Oh, can you? You can do a straight, and also you can't do this kind of a chain. This kind of a chain is not possible because that's a 45-degree angle. Yeah, mostly for decoration, just because I can. Although I think it would look pretty cool for Halloween. You can't have this angle here because of the belt printer. Because remember, a belt printer is printing at 45 degrees, so this is a 100% overhang. There would need to be support under this corner. Sadly. Exactly. You'd have to model support into that link. You would not want to add regular supports. You would want to manually add your own support. Learning how to use OpenSCAD would be pretty neat. Although if they get the M808 command to work, we won't need it. If we could just instruct the printer to just print it infinitely without having to generate an infinite G-code file. Because as you can see, I can already make real long chains. This is why Cura sucks in 3D. See how long it takes me to move this? Come on. Come on. Come on. Takes so long. See? That chain is 3.5 meters long. Is there a faster way to move this around like that? It's so cumbersome to move around in Cura like this. What I do now is I do it in Simplify 3D. So did I already offload that? So I'm already at 3.2. Do I have a 3.3? Yes, I do. That's the last thing they were working on was supports, and I think they got it working. So now I should be able to remove this and import 3.3, duplicate it, and then we want to grab just one. There we go. And then attach that. To there. Like that. I can't show your link for some reason, Ben. I have to repaste it. I don't know why. It says error try again when I try to make it visible. And I don't know why it's doing that. It's really annoying. Yeah, that's the same deal. Pretty cool, though. Oh, there you go. You can make a straight one. There we go. Export. We're going to call that 3.4. I added it. I copied his post and repasted it because it wouldn't let it show for some reason. Yeah, OpenSCAD is pretty cool. I got to learn how to use that one of these days. Okay. Let's see how big this one is. We are 10 meters long. So that there is a 10-meter chain. You can see it goes all the way into the distance there. So recent models, 3.4. So that should be 50 meters. The nice thing is I can go off the edge of my screen because I have two screens, which makes dragging and dropping a whole lot easier. I'm printing a chain. This chain you see on the screen here, I'm printing that. Okay. Drag the next one. And this should give us our 50-meter chain. And file, export models, binary. This one should be 50 meters. Yipper. 49.6. So now we're just going to stretch it to 50250. Control R to settle it. And then we export it. Done. I now have a 50.25 meter chain. I'm probably never going to print one because it would take 60 days to print and it would consume 22.7 kilograms of plastic. If I use a 0.8 millimeter nozzle, I might be able to print it in 30 days, but it will take 44 kilograms of plastic. Yes, no, you're wrong. You're not, it'd be about $400 in plastic, and you are not buying a 50-meter chain for $400. Even a plastic one. That's actually a bargain for the length. What's not a bargain is the runtime on your printer, running it for 30 straight days to print that 44 kilograms of plastic. And then God help you if it glitches or fails, because you're screwed. Yeah, but well, with the electricity, yeah, probably about $500 chain. So 50 meters is, what, 160 feet? Let's go back to this view. I forgot I was on that view. 50 meter to feet. Yeah, 164 feet. I was pretty close. Not so much a torture test, an endurance test. So let's see, what does a chain cost? I couldn't do a 50-meter chain unless they well, see, that's just it though. You can't splice it together. So if you have a failure, you got to start from zero. Because the whole point is to have one continuous print. If you're gluing them together, you're just cheating. Anybody can glue them together. But it's not the same thing. If you glue it together, you're cheating. I mean, I could print, 50 of those and glue them together, but that's not the same thing as saying I printed a 50-meter print. Let's see, what would that cost? This is actually pretty good on electricity because it has a very tiny heat bed. Remember, my electricity is very expensive here. It's 18 cents a kilowatt. Oh, it hurts. So let's say this consumes 130 watts on average. 130 times 24 times 60 divided by 1,000. That is 187.2 kilowatts. That's a whole electric bill. Times 0.18. Well, actually, that's not as bad as I thought. That's $34 in electricity. That's actually not bad. I thought it was going to be a lot worse than that. Let's round it and call it $35. So it cost me $435 to print that. Now, theoretically, I already have the plastic. But the last thing I want to do is do 44 filament changes. So I'd probably look into You know, seeing if somebody would sponsor the print and, you know, deliver some 10-kilogram rolls. But let's see, plastic chain, 2-inch diameter. This would be the one. Actually, you're right. It would be cheaper to buy. I can buy this plastic chain for $30 for a 50-foot length, and I would need basically 3 of them. Let me show you. So right there. So it would be cheaper to buy it. The last link is lifting off the bed. This would be pretty close. This is 2-inch diameter, and that's about 2 inches. So this would actually be pretty close to what I'm printing now. See, 2-inch diameter. A little bit smaller, not by much though. No, I have no need to buy this. Why spend $60 on this? But so yeah, it would be cheaper to buy it. I actually didn't know you could buy it like this. Huh. Do they have bigger? Let's see if they have any bigger. 2-inch. 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 Yeah, I know. So far, the biggest is 2-inch. The thing is, to do any kind of a record, I would need to print something at least 25 feet long. Because they made that 25-foot boat. How big was that boat? I think it was 25 feet. Yeah, 25 feet. So I would have to make something at least 8 meters long in order to say I have printed the longest thing on a 3D printer. Although, how long was Nax print? I stand corrected. The longest one is Made in Space, printed a 37.7 meter, 123 feet. So I would have to exceed 38 meters. Jesus, look at that. And they printed it in a vacuum chamber. And an ABS. Yeah, Made in Space. The name of the guy is Made in Space. His channel or his whatever. Wow. That's pretty cool. Well, that's not a challenge most people are going to do because it's expensive. You know, I have a whole bunch of filament that I paid. I can actually do it for a lot less than $400. I can do it for about, I've gotten 800-gram rolls for $3. So if I use those rolls, and I have over 30 of them. So I could do it for about $4 a kilogram. That would be about $200 with electricity. Yeah. But of course I'd be using up my stockpile, but then what else am I gonna do with it? Huh. That's pretty darn cool. And we'll see if some company wants to sponsor it. If Creality wants to send me a second CR30 and some company wants to send me, 50 or 60 kilograms of plastic, I'll make a go of it. Oh my God, that'd be amazing. Oh man, that'd be awesome. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I can probe out a few companies to see if anybody's interested. It would be a pretty neat stunt. Maybe bring it to Murph one year and stretch it out across the whole thing. I got part of it done. What's the matter, kitty? So there is the first half of Starship SN8. Oh, don't you dare. There you go. That came out pretty cool. Yeah, they all do. That rainbow filament's pretty nice. There you go. Well, that's why I'm doing a chain, because I don't have to worry about length. Yeah, I gotta send an apology to Silvo. They sent me a printer to test, but they didn't want it on a live stream, and then I lost it and never got around to it, and I finally found it sitting over there. I gotta put that together and work on that. They do make good printers though. I have the SV01 and it's a rock solid printer. Oh my God, it'd be so expensive in TPU. Oh, $30 a kilo. That would be $1,200. Holy crap. Ah, you don't have any adapters? Just cut the plug off and put a new plug on it. Seriously, just snip the plug right off. The texture is Tinkercad. I had to bring that model into Tinkercad to edit it to be able to make it printable. And Tinkercad decimates the polygon count in models with high polygons, and that texture is from Tinkercad. Oh, hang on, I gotta send him something real quick. Go there. Okay. Get rid of you. Minimize you. So I need to send him that. Knack's going to try to make a loop for me. So I need to send him a slice. 0.4. 0.2. Yes. $11 megabytes. Jesus. Give me 1 second. I'm just compressing a file to send to him. Yeah, it's all the cameras. So you got camera 1, camera 2, camera 3, microphone, display port for the big screen, laser, and mouse. That's how I have all these cameras set up. Thankfully, this machine has that many USB ports. I don't know why my feet feel chilly, even though it's 74 degrees in here. It's annoying. Well, this is a monster. This is a Hewlett Packard EliteBook 8870W. 8770W. It's a monster. I have the very nice true color screen. So it's a much higher color depth screen than a normal screen. 1080p, of course, 18 inches, 17.3 inches. It's got dual hard drive caddies. It's got the 5 USB ports, display port, the FireWire, all the other ports and connections, SD slot, full-size keyboard, built-in webcam, though it sucks. It is a powered USB hub. The camera still will not work on it. No, I have not tried the Ender extender. If I can ever get them to send me one, I'll try it. I could definitely use a few more 400 by 400 by 400 printers. But it's got the Core i7 3.6 gigahertz quad. It's got 32 gigabytes of RAM. It's got a 2 terabyte and a 1 terabyte SSD. Ender extender. Hey, Ender, you want to be extended? Yeah, exactly. It sounds like something from a porno shop. I was just thinking that too. Ender, you want to be extended? We'll stretch him out. We'll hook him up on. We had a rack at the. Actually, we had a rack in the dungeon. we would have customers pay a lot of money to come in and be strung up. You know, some people have some real weird kicks. You know, they just, they're weird. People are weird. Well, another problem around here is the low humidity. So the low humidity, you need more heat to feel warm. So, back in Pennsylvania, 68 to 70 felt pretty warm. Here, you need it to be like 76 to 78 to feel warm because the air is thinner. I'm at 7,000 feet. And the humidity is basically non-existent. I mean, my humidity right now is 11%. And that's wintertime. It just went up to 12, but yeah. Oh, I'm moving it. That's why. But yeah, the humidity here is very, very low. Makes summers feel great, but it also. Oh, really? Yeah, here I gotta cook pasta like 2 minutes longer. So instead of 8 minutes, it needs like 10, 10.5 minutes. Wow, that's interesting. I know what I have to fix with these. I just don't know how to do it yet. I gotta figure it out. It's this joint here. It's these angles where the warping is happening that causes the collisions. It's those two angles right there. Because once it gets past that, it's fine. See, this one's no problem. This one I could do a 45 here. It would print great. But I can't do that with this one. Because if I do that with this one, it's a flat plate. It's like a giant air print. See you later, Day UK. Thank you very much, too. I appreciate it. I do the best I can to keep my victims happy. Hey, drone shots. Well, it is boiled. It's just not hot. We're gonna go get a ham today. We're gonna try to find some lemon meringue pie. I already got potatoes and sour cream, and I got cauliflower and broccoli and some cranberry. I think, I think Onidata had good intentions. He just, I guess his frustration gets the hold of him, and he just has to realize that that's not the right way to approach the issue. It's just that doesn't work that way. I don't know. I have no way of telling. Good intentions, bad execution. Now, I really do keep all the plastic waste. I have piles of it. I have a couple buckets full in the back. I just, it just feels wrong to throw it in the landfill. It just feels slimy. Especially since I know it'll actually go into a landfill here. And I can't do that. I know. You can make window trim, crown molding. There's all kinds of neat things you can do. Especially if you've got the money to buy a really nice filament like you know, polyalchemy. Yeah. You have a great night, Ronald. Thank you for joining in. We're probably going to quit pretty soon. I want to see one of these links fall off. This one's getting ready to. You can see it's still firmly attached. That ain't going nowhere. Yeah, it's still firmly on there. I want to see if this next foot pops off or not. So I might have to modify that foot to make it more rigid. Put a little ridge down the back of it so it pops off when it hits the curve of the belt. Ten p.m. Holy crap. 400-pound massage mat? Wait, you mean 400 pounds is in how much it weighs, or 400 pounds is how much it costs? Cash, yeah, because then you said it was only 60 pounds in just 2 years and not 400. Okay, so price. I was about to say, holy shit. He's such a good cat. He's my baby. I love my Ender. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. All right, bathtub. Beat me up tonight. Beat me up good. We were burning stuff on the laser engraver, which is pretty cool. I made QR codes. And I got my first successful chain to print. How strong is this? Not that strong, but not bad. It broke across layer lines, which is good. That means the layer adhesion was excellent. Not bad. Wow, the lengths are really strong. Holy crap. Wow. How about this side? Holy shit. Just that one corner was weak. Yeah, that's strong. Cool. Where's that mouse? There it is. Pretty darn cool. Pellet stove is working fantastically. It's consistently using about 1 bag of pellets per day. And since I got those pellets for $4.24 a bag, that's $4.24 a day to heat my house. That makes me a very happy critter. It does use a pretty decent amount of electricity. I'm actually surprised how much it uses. Not bad, though. Who mentioned me? Let's see. I can actually tell you how much power it takes. Pellet stove. Hour. In November, from the 18th to the, well, so far December, which December's only a week from being over. In December, I've used so far 62 kilowatts. So that is 23 days. So if we take 63 kilowatts and divide it by 23 days, that's 2.7 kilowatts per day, or roughly 82 kilowatts a month. So $15 a month in electricity. 14.79, so 15 bucks. So 4.24 times 30 plus 15. Yeah, it's the blower and the igniter. Why the hell are you showing me 142 and a fifth? So it cost me $142 a month to heat this house. So 142 and figure 3 months for winter. $426 to heat my house this winter. Last year, I was spending $600 a month to heat the house. Oh my God. So what it cost me for 3 weeks last year, I could do the whole winter. Well, the only way I would get down to the $200 range is with natural gas, which we hope to do eventually. Well, it depends on how cold it gets where you are, man, and how big your house is, and how much insulation you have, and surrounding. Like I have a house, so I have my own 1.25 acres of property. So I'm not insulated by my neighbors. I'm not an apartment with walls around me. So it takes a lot of BTUs to heat this place. It's also 1,500 square feet. So that's 1,500 square feet of space that has to be heated up by that heater, and it gets pretty cold. Like last night, it was 10 degrees outside. Fahrenheit, not Celsius. So last night, it was negative 12 degrees Celsius here. So that's a lot of thermal delta. And the 3D printers really hate the cold. Failure rate goes up dramatically if I let them get cold. On top of that, you really need a little extra heat here because of the high altitude. Yeah, remember, you live at sea level. So you got like 40% more atmosphere around you. And then when you add the moisture, you have a large thermal blanket around you. So we have no thermal blanket, and the atmosphere is thinner. And the wind is brutal sometimes, man. We get 60-mile-an-hour sustained wind sometimes. But there are advantages. I live on top of rock, so there's no earthquakes, there's no hurricanes, there's no tornadoes. The worst we get is high winds and thunderstorms. And the thunderstorms are fast. They come through like riding a cannonball, a wrecking ball. They come through like a wrecking ball, but they're gone in 5 minutes, 10 minutes. It's like a storm will come in like, boom, 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 and then gone. She probably is cold. So, well, some people have different thermal tolerances. And also, depending on how skinny the person is, they might get cold really fast. Remember, I got 200 pounds of blubber on me. So, I go outside when it's 10 degrees outside and I got short sleeves and shorts. Because I'm crazy. But, for her, 50 degrees might be freezing. So there you go. You have no thermal mass. So you get chilled very easily. Your body has to really crank up its thermal engine. Yeah, it is what it is. Oh, you replied? Let's see. Remove. I need to delete this. I need to grab this. One, two, three, four. Delete. 4 links. File. Select all. File. Export model. Binary. 3. Four links. Save. See you there, TK. Oh yeah, anything longer than that 1 meter or 900 millimeter Starship, I would need something to support the print out here. Okay, so there is, you bastard. 4 links right there. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. We drop this in here. So R, prepare. Do that. Let's also do it at 0.8. I can do that later. Okay, there it is. 4 links, 4 links. I can do that. Don't you fail. Don't you dare. There we go. Thank you for joining in, TK. I'll see you next time. Yeah, wrecking ball. Hey, it is peeling up on its own. So I might not have to modify it. Well, they don't react to temperature changes because they don't know to, which means they die. No big holiday plans. I may or may not do a stream next week. We'll see. Probably will. We'll probably just, have this running and just chit chat. Unless something new pops in the mail. But that might not happen over the holidays. Well, they shouldn't break. The chain segments are actually not connected to each other. They're they're looped around each other, but they're not actually connected by plastic. So once this pops off the bed, it should just dangle. And that's the cool part, because I don't have to have, if I want to print like a 10-meter chain, I don't need a 10-meter table. I just let it dump into a bucket. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. There we go. I was overexposed. No supports. The only support I had to add was a little brim right here, because what would happen is it would print this first one, but when it started printing the second one, it would knock it off. So I had to add this little bit of brim support to give this one a stronger footprint to stay attached to the bed. Once I add that, now it works. You are such a good kitty cat. Yes, you are. Oh, did you guys see my new headphones? I'm a bit of a Hello Kitty fan. So. And they even light up. They're Razor Kraken Kitty editions. So they have the RGB LEDs inside the ears and the triple snake logo. That's pretty cool. Got it on the review thing. Except Bluetooth implementation of T3DP on Windows is incomplete. Oh, for Windows 7. So I haven't been able to get it to work on Windows 7 yet, which is really annoying. And it also won't work on Zoom on the phone, and I have no idea why. Still attached? Yep, still attached. What I don't know is, why is my fire... See my fire back there? Why is the flame going sideways? That's a little weird. That's really weird. Huh. Oh, no, that's the pellet stove. That's real fire. Yeah, but why? Usually it's shooting straight up. Hello, Timothy. Don't get probed today. You guys want to hang out until that falls off or what? I don't mind hanging out if you want to, but I don't want to bore you guys either. Anybody have any questions? Anybody need any help with their printers? Something confusing them, or you want to try or anything? I don't mind hanging out. You know, I got another 45 minutes left. Yeah, a little slow. This is basically pre-built, so there's no assembly. I got a picture of the conjunction. Not a great picture, you know, as you guys were well aware, I don't have any good glass anymore for my camera. I don't know if it's as many as you think, because execution is difficult. So for others to do the same thing would be pretty tough, actually. This is just a picture of my screen on my camera because I lost my compact flash reader, so I can't actually download the picture. But this is the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn. You can actually see two of the moons. Pretty sure this and this are two of the moons of Jupiter. So that might actually be more visible when I download the pictures. Sadly, it's not good enough to, you can't see no rings. You know, I wish. Now, other people have gotten some amazing pictures. Let me show you some of these. And when I say amazing, I really mean amazing. Where is it at? Oh, my sister. Hey, critter. What's up? Say hello to all my viewers.
Hello.
That's my sister in Tennessee. Yeah. We're just chit-chatting, though. No big deal. Did you see the conjunction? Oh, should have just stepped outside real quick to see it. It was pretty cool. Uh-huh. Wow. At least you'll have a decent paycheck. Oh my God. Jesus. They need to hire more people. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Wonder Woman. Hmm. Okay. Wow. That's, yeah, that's gonna wear you out a little bit. Huh. Well, at least she'll make some money. What are they paying you now? What is it? I don't remember what it was. That's not horrible. That's not bad at all, actually. Jesus. Wow. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I bet. And remember the crown rule of tech support. The less they pay, the more they complain. Well, in tech support, we got the person who's paying $20 a month for dial-up internet, and man, they would scream and yell about everything. And then you get the guy who has the full T1 and the Oct line. He calls in network operations. He has his own number to call in, and his entire servers go down, and he calls us up. Oh yeah, no problem. Let me know when it's fixed. That's because he's paying $100,000 a month, and he knows you're going to do everything in your power to make sure it's fixed. Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Do you guys have a washer dryer, or do you have to go to a laundromat? Ooh, that sucks. Yeah, that's all right. I keep my victims happy. Well, that's because when how when you sign up for a phone account, they have to activate your phone. That's called provisioning. They have to provision your phone to access the network. Well, for whatever reason, my provisioning didn't go through all the way, so I was only kind of sort of connected. I actually found out later I was not able to make outgoing calls, and I could not send text messages. I could receive them, but not send them. And then if someone tried to call me, like 8 out of 10 times, it'd go to voicemail. So that appears to now be fixed. So, woof, good, good, good. You believe that shit? Oh my god. I tell you, he's a genius. Yeah. He said, I'm gonna veto this shit unless you give him $2,000. Oh my god, talk about dropping a bomb. Oh my god. Yeah, Gary. Uh-huh. Well, no, you know why he's doing it, right? He's trying to make Republicans look good for the January 5th runoff election in Georgia, which is going to decide who controls the Senate. And he wants to be seen as a populist, and he wants to be popular with the people so that when he runs again in 2024, he'll have a better shot. Yeah, he's not stupid. He's a crook, but he's not stupid. Oh my god. I can see all of Congress this morning going, "What the fuck?" You hear the crickets from the Republican side? They don't know what to say. They have no idea what to say. They don't know what to do. Oh yeah, he's very good at shock and all, that's for sure. Yes, he is. Yeah, I'm not betting on it either. Although, weirder things have happened. It's just. Boy, that would be nice. Damn, that would be nice. To be able to stick $2,000 in Michelle's savings account. Oh my God, that'd be wonderful. We'll see. People people like to equate our government to Idiocracy, the movie Idiocracy. And I tell people, no. Idiocracy was not a prediction. It was conservative. We're way worse than that. we've gone plaid. That's right. You got it. ETP. See? She knows. She knows. She's in Tennessee. There's a lot of rednecks out in the woods there. They'll eat them up real fast. make make politician moonshine. Really? Well, I agree with not shutting down. I think it's unconstitutional and I don't think it helps. I do agree with the mask mandate because masks work. Germany just we have another example. Germany just did a mask mandate. And people actually complied with it because compliance is what's important. You can mandate all you want, but if nobody complies, it doesn't matter. And 20 days later, they had a 45% reduction in COVID cases. It's like, duh. you don't got you don't got to stay home. You don't got to close down businesses illegally. You just got to get people to wear the damn masks. Uh, I don't entirely blame them. You got to remember, for the first 6 months, they were all brainwashed by all of our politicians, including the WHO and the CDC, telling them masks don't work and they're not needed. So that's on the government. I don't blame the people for that. What? Mm-hmm. Nice. Yeah, that kind of sucks. Man, I just want to bring in my little video player and connect it up to the projector. Oh, hell yeah. You set up a LAN party on two different theaters. Or hell, set up a freaking, a League of Legends match on 4 or 5 different screens so everybody can play on their own big giant screen. Oh, I know, it's so huge. Nice. Cool. We got we got those Walmart screens set up. Sarah, these things are so freaking big. We actually had to use a different wall in Michelle's room because the screen was so big it blocked both doors. It takes up her whole wall, like almost the whole wall. 65-inch screen. Oh, What's that? He's doing good. They're both curled up in a ball in the bed right now. Hey, you guys are getting a kick out of this too. Look at this. Ender's a bit of a weird one, and I obviously I'm not going to force him, but he doesn't like cuddling very much. Yeah, like he doesn't like it when I pick him up and hold him and pet him and stuff like that. He just doesn't like it at all. He'll actually run from me if I reach down too far because he knows I'm going to try to pick him up. But he sleeps right next to my head, and he sleeps right next to me on the table here. So he wants to be close to me, but he just doesn't want to be cuddled. Except in the morning. In the morning, when I go and take a dump on the toilet, he's all up my butt. he wants to be pet and scruffed. You know, he can't get enough then. But I think that's mostly because he's trying to get me to get up to go give him food. And you little bastard, you snuck more food out of me, you little prick. Michelle got up and fed him. Then I got up at about an hour and a half later, and he cried for food, so I fed him. Michelle's like, I just fed him. I was like, you greedy little bastard. Well, before we would just leave food out, and they would eat until they're full. But now that we have to feed them wet food, I can't just leave food out. You know, number one, it costs a fortune. Number two, it dries out. And I found a way to force them to drink more water. I mix a little water with the wet food. And they always lap up the gravy and the liquid first, so he's getting more water that way. But if I do too much water, he won't eat it. I think it's because it dilutes the smell, so he can't smell it, and he doesn't trust what he can't smell. So instead of being, gravy food, it seems like dirty water. So I just add a little bit of water, like not even like an eighth of a cup, just a little bit, just enough to cover the water, and then mix it with the gravy. And he likes that. I actually have to sit there when I feed them, because if he finishes his food first, he'll actually go right over to Noel's bowl, stick his head right in Noel's bowl, pushing Noel out of the way, and eat his food. He knows he's not supposed to. He just doesn't care. Because if he'll look and see if I'm watching. Hang on a second. I gotta educate somebody. There are two aspects to mask wearing. You have first-party protection, and you have third-party protection. First-party protection is wearing a mask to protect yourself from the virus. That does not work very well. Even an N95 hospital quality mask is basically ineffective, because most of you dummies don't have a goddamn clue how to wear it, and even if I taught you dummies how to wear it, you wouldn't do it. You'd forget, and you would just stop using the proper procedure and protocol. And if you're wearing a mask without a face shield and netting and gloves and frequent changes and hand washing, it just doesn't work very well. Now, on the other hand, if you're wearing a mask for third-party protection is what we call source control. Source control is when you have the ability to control the source of the virus. What's the source of the virus? We are. We are the source. Normally, you would just quarantine the sick. The problem is we can't tell who is and is not sick very easily. And certainly not fast enough to be able to go, it's not like we can have a scanner at the door that says, hey, you got COVID. Then we tell you to go home. It doesn't work that way. You got to get tested. And then that takes a day or two, and et cetera, et cetera. So, source control is where we put masks on everybody. Not to stop you from catching the virus, which does not work well, but to stop you from spreading the virus, which works insanely well. Because remember, you do not breathe out the virus. The virus can't move, okay? It's not a thing flying around in the air. The virus has to have a carrier. In our case, the carrier is our moisture, the spit and saliva that we breathe out every time we breathe out. Okay? You ever breathe on something and you see the fog appear? Well, that's the well, that has to do with compliance. That doesn't have to do with the efficacy of masks. Any 3-layer or thicker dense fiber material works great. So if you want to see what I'm talking about, I will give you a perfect example of source control. I want you to walk around your grocery store naked, and everybody else is naked. And I want you to just randomly piss on people. Just pull it out and go psst and piss on people. Okay? Now, put a mask on. What happens when someone walks by you and pisses on you? Well, the mask might stop some of it. I sneeze in my mask. That's why I keep a spare one in my pocket. If you take your mask off to sneeze, you're an idiot. You just defeated the entire point of wearing a mask. I love when Joe Biden was on the TV and he pulls the mask down, coughs into his mouth, and then puts the mask back up. It's like, but hey. That's because we're not trained. We're not educated. So, walk around with your mask on. In this case, a mask is a pair of pants. And then someone walks by you and pisses on you. What happens? Well, your mask, pants, might catch some of the piss, but you're still going to be covered in piss. Okay? That's first-party protection. Now we're going to enact third-party protection. Everybody puts masks on. In this case, pants. Now what happens when the guy tries to piss on you? Well, he's going to have a wet pair of pants. And if he pisses enough, he might have a little puddle at his feet. But you don't got piss on you. That's how masks work. Actually, they do. That's why they did not want us wearing masks in the beginning. Because, okay, again, I am not a fan of Trump. He's a criminal moron. But he was right. Coronavirus is a hoax. The hoax isn't the virus. We got 300,000 body bags to show for that, okay? The hoax was our government's response to the virus. You see, our government did not want the virus to go away because they wanted to use it for their political gains. What, you think we accidentally got multi-trillion-dollar relief bills that have almost nothing to do with COVID-19? You think that was an accident? Now, what they didn't expect, however, was that this virus was going to be so deadly. And I don't care what percentage numbers you come up with, 300,000 people is a lot of people that did not have to die. The survival rate for this virus should be less than 0.5%. All right, it should be around 0.5% or less. The only reason our death rate is so high is because we fucked up so bad responding to it. Because if we'd responded correctly, it'd be like a bad flu season. The people would have died, but it wouldn't have been that many. No, COVID didn't cure the flu. Well, kind of. Our response to COVID did have an effect on the flu. For example, do you know why the flu happens more in the wintertime? Why flu season is the beginning of the wintertime? It has nothing to do with the cold. Well, indirectly, it has to do with the cold, right? The virus is actually dies in the cold. The flu virus can't survive in the cold. Exactly. BCK000 nailed it. It's because we're staying indoors because it's cold. Not only are we staying indoors, but we're turning on heaters and we're closing all the windows. So we're recirculating all this air. No, they just didn't track it. I believe the CDC is simply not tracking the flu. Like I said, ignore the politics. Forget about what they're reporting. Forget about what the CDC is saying. Forget about what the news is saying. Even forget about what the hospitals are saying. Just look at excess deaths. All right? Just look at excess deaths. If you look at our death rate year by year by year, it's insanely predictable. They can actually show you actual versus predicted, and they match almost perfectly. Our society is so large that unless something weird happens, like a huge change in technology or a pandemic, unless something like that happens, our death rate is ridiculously predictable and consistent. And oh, you can spill all the bullshit you want. It doesn't matter. It's not going to change that 300,000 people are dead. Flu kills a lot less. And we also have treatments for flu. We have some level of natural immunity to flu, and we have vaccines for flu. We don't for COVID. So yeah. Okay. All right. Good luck. Bye. Um, I don't get to talk to her very often, so. Well, I'm not taking the vaccine for COVID. I'm going to wait a couple of months, and I'm going to see what happens to the first group of people. if nobody grows a horn or an ear out of their mouth or something like that, then I'll take it. Now, a lot of people say, well, we developed this vaccine in 8 months. That's not exactly true. They've been working on coronavirus vaccine for a while now. There are other coronaviruses. And so they already had a start on coronavirus vaccines. They've already been working on it. They just obviously went into overtime for this. But yeah, zombies. We'll get the ETP protocol one way or another. So masks work by source control, not by see. One of the reasons we have trouble with masks here in the U.S. is, number one, we haven't done it before. I know. Oh, there's going to be multiple strains. We just have to hope it doesn't become more lethal and that the vaccine is still effective. It appears the vaccine is still effective against the new strains so far. But we are very I don't want to say selfish, because it's not quite the right word. Our culture is different here in the U.S., ignoring all the politics and the brainwashing and the polarization. We're very individualistic here in this country. We're all about individual freedoms and liberties. No, pig-headed's not the right word. It's not their fault. The government's pig-headed, but, that's a different subject. But, we're very individualistic, and we think about, how do I protect myself? What we don't think about very often, because we're not used to it, okay? We're just not used to thinking this way. We're not used to thinking, how do I protect my neighbor? How do I protect my community? We're not used to thinking that way. It's just not something we culturally do. Protect me, protect my sister, sure. Protect my neighbor, protect the guy down the street. I don't even know him. We're culturally different in that regard. So we tend to only look at things from a, how do I protect myself aspect. We don't tend to, that's why people dismiss third-party protection, because we are just not used to culturally thinking that way. Hey, Descartes. That's actually not true. Guns have nothing to do with safety. Guns have nothing to do with violence. There's only one aspect in our society that has anything to do with violence, and that's poverty. There is an absolute direct correlation between poverty and crime. There is no correlation whatsoever between guns and crime. And see that people try to justify it by saying, well, look at the gun deaths in this country. And my first response is, fuck you with your false dichotomies. It's not about gun deaths. It's about deaths. So look at the homicide rates from country to country. Oh, the U.S. has crazy high homicide rates. No, we don't. We have high suicide rates. Did you know that 60% of all gun homicides are suicides? Did you know 7% of all gun homicides are self-defense, justified homicide, where a person had a legitimate reason to kill with their gun? So 67% of all of our gun statistics are meaningless. Exactly. Guns don't kill people, people kill people. Do you know why Europe has a lower crime rate in this regard than we do? It's not because they don't have guns. There's plenty of European countries where it's totally legal for you to go buy an AR-15 and keep it. It's regulated well. They vet you. Somebody from the government's going to come and have an interview with you and talk to you and make sure you're not some psychopath. But it's totally legal for you to have the gun. And yet they don't have school shootings like we do. Okay? We have two things in this country that they don't. We have a psychopathic government that is polarizing the population, and we have a horrible education system, and we have poverty that's off the charts. In Europe, you have health care, you have welfare, you have protections against keeping people from going into poverty. That doesn't mean poverty doesn't exist, but they have a much better grasp on it than we do. And poverty is directly connected to crime. You want to stop crime? You want to stop gun deaths? There's only one solution. There is only one solution. You reduce poverty. That's it. You reduce poverty and it becomes non-problem. You want to see my point? The United States has 393 million guns in private citizens' hands. We have more guns in the hands of private citizens than 9 times the rest of the guns in the whole world. So take all the guns the rest of the world has, all the rest of the world except the United States, and we have almost 10 times that number of guns here in the U.S. So why haven't we self-destructed in crime yet? If guns are the problem, we should all be dead. We have more guns than people. We literally have more guns than citizens. So how are we still alive? We have states that have more artillery than the rest of the world. Okay? Guns are not the problem. You see, the problem we have, I'm not a gun nut. I've got my grandmom's 100-year-old shotgun, and I have a .22 revolver that I've never even fired yet. I've never even fired a bullet out of it yet. Okay, so I'm not some kind of crazy gun nut with AR-15s hanging on the wall. It's not. It's just not. Guns aren't the problem. But God help you if you come through that door of my house, because I will kill you. Okay? We live in the safest time in all of human history. You have literally never lived in a safer time than now. Now, when I say now, I'm not talking about today, COVID-19. I'm talking about this generation, think geological time. I know. That's why this country's never been invaded. It wouldn't last very long. You would just die. It just wouldn't work. Now, here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing that people have trouble understanding. The Second Amendment, the right to keep and bear arms, the right to form a well-regulated militia, has nothing to do with shooting people. Nothing. It's not about shooting people. Okay? It has everything to do... I stop every now and then because I'm reading comments. There you go. The purpose of the Second Amendment, the purpose of the First and the Second Amendment. Because think about it. What can I do against the government? No, it's not to keep the government in line. What can I... Okay, give me 10,000 rounds of .223 and a couple of AR-15s with select fire. How long do you think I'd last against the government? About 30 seconds before they shot me dead. Okay? It's not about keeping the government in line. If the country has gotten to the point where we need to use guns against the government, it's already too late. The country's already done with. Your nation has already failed. You're already in revolution. It doesn't matter how many folks like you there are. It's human psychology. It doesn't matter. Do you know how many people were involved in the war for independence, the Revolutionary War in the United States? Do you know how much of the population of the United States? Keep in mind, there weren't that many people here. In the 13 colonies, there were not that many people here. Do you know how much of the population was actually involved? No, 3%. 3%. 3% of the population. The revolution was a fluke. It was an accident. It never should have happened. The only reason the revolution could happen is because of the type of people we sent here, well educated, religiously persecuted, and because of the particulars of geography and technology that existed at the time. We were separated by an ocean that we had just recently become technologically able to cross, but not easily. The fatality rate for crossing the Atlantic was still upwards of 50% sometimes. You'd send 2,000 people and 1,000 would make it alive. It wasn't always that bad, but it was bad. Okay? So now you had a separation of an ocean to a colony, so it was very difficult for you to get your army to that colony, and you were up against relatively wealthy, very well-educated people organizing it, because that's the kind of people who came here to escape the persecution in Europe. And then you had to maintain that supply line over an ocean. We didn't beat Britain. Britain said, fuck it, we give up, you can have it. That's how we won the Revolutionary War. Okay? That can't happen today. We have airplanes and ships. The purpose of the First and Second Amendment is to do brain surgery. It's about brain chemistry. That's what it's about. Oh no, we're totally different now. It wouldn't work. We have how many military bases do we have around the world? 7,000 military bases. We can take over the whole planet anytime we wanted. We're no longer a republic. We're an imperialist nation. We're like Japan. We're like Japan World War II. That's what we are now. We're the bad guys now. A lot of people don't want to hear that, but yeah, it's true. We're the bad guys now. The largest terrorist organization on planet Earth is the United States government. Yeah, only if they have oil. Although I don't think the oil matters anymore. As long as they use our dollar. But now, what do you mean brain chemistry, you might be thinking? If the purpose of the Second Amendment is not so I can shoot you, what's the purpose? It's so that I know I can shoot you. Do you see the difference? Okay, here's the way to think about it. You can actually see this when you talk to Europeans. You can see the difference in brain chemistry when you talk to a European versus when you talk to an American. And I'm not talking about a redneck, gun-toting, nut-job, road rager American. I'm talking about someone like me, an educated, normal person, reasonably intelligent, reasonably educated, a normal, average, typical, decent person. Not the low-lying fruit. When you talk to me about government, how do you perceive government? I perceive government as an employee, as a servant who is to do as they're told and to perform a duty and function. That's how Americans perceive government. That is not how Europeans perceive government. Europeans perceive government as, royalty is the wrong word, but they see government as the parents, the boss. And It is our duty to serve said government and our society, and to do as we're told. The government will tell us best, and we will do what we're told. We will follow the law. Okay? Well, here we don't follow the law. We make the law. We tell you what the law should be. Well, in Europe, the law tells you what you should be. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm trying to use words that don't make it come off as bad, but it's a different way of thinking. Your brain functions differently. When you have the ability to tell your government, your mind, whatever you want, when you have the ability to effectively defend yourself, you can be armed. The way your brain functions is different. It's not the same. It's like, imagine I'm walking down a street. Now, keep in mind, think of me as an active, normal person, not a general person, because our society is being degraded right now. Okay, so a lot more of our population is not that intelligent anymore, and it's not their fault. But assuming best of society, someone like me, freedom thinking, liberty driven, I'm in control, government does what it's supposed to do. I'm walking down the street and I see some guy slap his girlfriend on a public street. What do? Well, I walk up and I push that guy on the chest and go, "What the fuck are you doing? You don't do that." I see somebody rob somebody. I grab the guy and I punch him in the face and I hold him until the cops get there. That's what a person should do. Now, imagine a slave, a black slave from a cotton, what do you call that? Plantation, a cotton plantation. Imagine a slave is walking down the street and some white guy bitch slaps his wife and knocks her on the ground. What does the black slave do? Nothing. He puts his eyes down, he saw nothing, and he keeps walking. He has no power. And he knows he has no power. That person's in charge, and whatever that person does is right. That's an extreme example of this mentality that I'm talking about. The black person who's a slave on a plantation has a literally different viewpoint of the entire world and how it operates. A person who is governed sees the world differently from a person who controls the government. The way your brain works changes based on your access to, education and authority. What is your status in your society? Our society is founded upon the concept of we the people in order to form a more perfect union, not we the state in order to govern a population. We don't have subjects. We have citizens. And the citizens are in charge. They're supposed to be. We're talking theoretically here, constitutionally. Obviously, it's not that way today. Why is it changing? Why is we're becoming Democrats. Our nation is becoming Democrat. And most of the stuff you hear about Democrats bad and Republicans bad and Democrats good and Republicans good, most of that's fiction. Most of it's complete and total bullshit. There are these outlier fringes that don't mean a whole lot. In general, though, there's not that much of a difference between Republicans and Democrats. But why are we becoming Democrat? Cities. When you live where I live, out rural, you're Republican. That's just the way it is. Why do you think most of the map of the United States is red? Because most of the map of the United States is rural. We live on property. We own our land. We have to take care of our land. We might be taking care of our animals. When something breaks, I fix it. When I need something, I go get it and I take care of it. We're very liberty driven. We're very individual. We take care of ourselves and we are more self-sufficient. When you live in a city, it's not possible to live that way. I mean, you're living in a box that's 400 square feet, an apartment. All right. Unless you're very, very wealthy, you're living in an apartment if you live in a city, because there's no room for houses. You got to go out to the burbs to get a house. And not so well. Now that's the end result, but that's not how it got there. Okay. So living in a city, by the nature, it's like living on a. Okay, think of it this way. Better way of thinking of it. You're on a spaceship. You can't just go out and plant corn. Okay? You can't just go out and swim in a river. You can't drive to the next city. The people on that spaceship are completely dependent upon the resources and services that the spaceship can offer. By necessity. It's not a bad thing. It's not a cut. It's not saying it's a bad person. It's a necessity of the environment, of the type of living situation you have. When you live in a city, you are dependent upon city resources. You need the city water. You can't dig a well. You need the city sewer. You can't put in a septic tank. You need the city public transportation system. Try driving around New York or Philadelphia. Have fun. Okay? There are people in Boston who pay more money per month for a space to park their car than you guys pay in rent. All right? It's living in a city is a very different kind of environment. You need those local stores. You need the public transportation. You need the city resources in order to have a city lifestyle. Well, that type of a person is more dependent upon the government. So they tend to vote, forget about the politics. People who depend on government resources tend to vote for government resources because that's their life. That's how they live. They live in a city. So cities tend to become democratic, while rural small towns tend to become Republican. This is not a disputable fact. You can't argue it. All you have to do is look at a map of the Republican and Democrat density in the U.S. and then apply a map of the cities. And you'll see all the blue spots are cities. All the open areas where there's only towns are red, for the most part. It's like 99-1. Now you enter the politics. So the Democrats take advantage of this fact, so they push more toward that aspect because they're getting those votes. That's part of why we have an electoral college. If we did not have an electoral college, Los Angeles and New York City would decide what is right for everybody, because the rest of the country could not override the vote of Los Angeles and New York City. They would control the entire nation if it were not for the electoral college. Now, should a person who lives in LA, who is dependent on city resources, be deciding how my city of 3,000 people in the middle of rural nowhere runs? Of course not. But that's what will happen if we get rid of the electoral college. Now, of course, it can also be abused. We have gerrymandering where we screw with the districts to try to take control, but that's a separate issue. Okay? Now, the end result of being dependent upon a government system inside of a plutocracy, because that's what we are. We are not a democracy. We are a plutocracy. The wealth control the government, and the wealth control our laws. That's a plutocracy. That's what we are. So, as our cities grow, the power that the Democratic Party has grows. Because as people move to the cities, they become democratic because they are dependent upon city resources. So they're not bad people. It's just the nature of how they live. It's the nature of their society and their system and how they function and operate. That's why you see, well, most of the country's Republican. Land doesn't vote. Okay? Most of the country is Democratic. But most of them live in these little tiny areas called cities. So it's a little weird. It's when you start to really think about it, you realize a lot of this stuff that people talk about is bullshit. And when you get down to the nitty-gritty and you actually start looking at how things work, It's very different. It's very different. And then you begin to see how manipulated the system is. You start to realize, what the fuck? It's yeah. ETP protocol. That's why I like the ETP protocol. Fixes things up right. Yeah, I think it's about to come off. Yep, just a little bit left. But that's the whole purpose of the Second Amendment. The purpose of the Second Amendment is to alter the brain chemistry of the citizens. Citizens cannot be in charge if the government has the weapons and they don't. Regardless of who is actually in charge. The brain chemistry doesn't function if you can't be armed. If you don't have the capacity to take power, your brain chemistry changes and it alters the way you think. That's why they want to disarm people. They're not worried about a revolution. They are not worried about people overthrowing the government. That's just a non-issue. I'll give. I think I've told you guys this before a couple of times even. I'll give you the bank robber scenario. Okay, imagine I walk into a bank with my high-tech machine gun laser pistol, and I spray the bank ceiling with bullets. And I say, everybody down, this is the bank robbery. I'm robbing this place. Now, RC Voodoo is standing next to TK's 3D. America's run by fucking idiots. Well, they're not idiots. They're cruel, vindictive, malicious scumbags. But that's your mistake in thinking they're idiots. They're not. They're not idiots. They're very intelligent. They're just really scummy. What happens when RC Voodoo whispers to TK and says, hey man, let's rush him. He can't get us all. What happens? Absolutely nothing. RC Voodoo's correct. You can rush me and I can't get you all. But I'm going to stand there and go, and I'm going to get some of you before you take me down. And the problem is, there's no way for you to know who's going to get it and who's not going to get it. So the only way you can increase your odds of survival is by doing nothing. Because if you do nothing, you'll probably live. If you rush me, there's a certain percentage chance I'm going to get you and a certain percentage chance I'm not going to get you. Either which way, your odds of dying go up. So your highest probability of survival is to do nothing. Now, how do revolutions happen? Historically, with the exception of the United States, remember, the United States was a quirk. No, I don't. Tell me that in a second. The United States has the formation of the United States was a geological, technological, societal accident. It was an exception to the rule. It should not have happened. If it would have happened at any time, 100 years earlier, 100 years later, it wouldn't have happened. 50 years earlier, 50 years later, it wouldn't have happened. It was a quirk of technology, geography, and society. So, ignoring the United States Revolution, revolutions only occur under two conditions. Okay, there's only two conditions under revolutions occur. You have fake revolutions. That's when you have two superpowers, and one superpower manipulates the people of the other superpower in order to overthrow that superpower because this superpower wants to take control. Okay, so Arab Spring was a fake revolution. Countries like the United States and whatnot invoked Arab Spring for our own political agendas. Real revolutions, actual revolutions, only happen under one condition. And that's when the people are starving and they don't have a choice. Where the choice is revolt or die. As a society, not as an individual, as a society. So, to give you that example as far as the bank robber, imagine the same scenario. I'm a bank robber. I walk into the bank. I spray the ceiling with my laser pistol. And I say, everybody down, I'm robbing this bank. RC Voodoo says, hey, TK, let's rush him. He can't get us all. Time out. Freeze time. You're an observer watching this. And you know something different. Okay? I'm infamous. I've robbed like 20 banks before this one. And I have a modus operandi. When I'm done robbing the bank, I kill everybody. I go up to every single person in that bank and I personally put a bullet right in their head. Ping! Or a laser pulse. Okay? When I rob a bank, everyone dies 100%, no exceptions. Now what happens when RC Voodoo says, let's rush him, he can't get us all? Well, in reality, you all die anyway, but I'll get to that in a second. In this example, you guys all rush me. Because now if you don't rush me, what is on my screen? Must be cat paws. If you don't rush me, you die. But if you do rush me, you might still die, but your odds of survival go up. Because if you successfully get me, then all of you don't die. That's a revolution. A revolution happens when you're going to die, and revolting might save you. That's when revolutions happen. It's the only time revolutions happen. It's human nature. Now, in my bank robber scenario, why do you all die anyway? Well, because some of you sleazebags are going to try to game the odds and hold back to increase your odds of survival, and that's just going to give me time to kill you all anyway. But as far as your ATM scenario, are you $50 more? You are glad or sad? The answer is both. I'm glad I got $50, but I'm sad because I have to give it back. I'm glad because I'm going to do the right thing and give it back. I'm sad because it benefits no one. It's a scum-sucking bank. So it's both. A better example would be finding money on the side of the road. Do you turn it in or keep it? I keep it. Unless there's a reasonable chance that that money is actually going to make it back to its rightful owner, at which point I would turn it in. So, for example, if a bank truck crashed and the money was all over the road, I would turn that money in. Because we know where the money came from. It's going to go back to the right people. Okay? But just finding a random envelope of money on the side of the road, well, if I turn it into the cops, they're going to keep it. That's not even a discussion. They're not even going to attempt to find who it belongs to. They're going to pretend to. They're going to file some paperwork. They're going to tell you, oh, yeah, we found the rightful owner. Thank you. You did a good job, citizen. And they're going to keep the money. So the money is never going to get back to its rightful owner. So there's no upside to turning it in. There's lots of upsides to keeping it. Now, in Japan, I would turn that money in. Because Japan has a very high honor system. In Japan, you know, first of all, the cops aren't going to shoot you. And second of all, they take it seriously. You turn that money in, it's probably going to get back to the right person. The right person is probably going to let the police know, hey, yeah, I lost $20 here, I lost my phone. And eventually the police are going to find that report and they're going to put two and two together and they will return the money. And if they don't find the person after a certain amount of time, you get to keep it as a reward. So that's an honorable system. That's not what we have here. Good. Because I've had people say, oh, that's my money, when you go to pick up $1 off the ground. It's like, fuck you. But yeah, sometimes, it can mean the world to the person if they get it back. So if there's a reasonable chance it's going to get back to the right person, you do the right thing. You turn it in. Having faith in the bank is irrelevant. The bank is the rightful owner of the money, and if I can return the money to the rightful owner, it's the correct thing to do. Even if the bank is a scumbag. Yeah. If Donald Trump drops $20, I hate him to death, but I'm still going to hand him his $20 back because he's the rightful owner of the $20. Okay? To me, there's no difference between giving Trump his $20 back and giving the nice pregnant lady her $20 back. In both cases, the rightful owner is getting their property back. And that's what you should be striving for. You should be striving to make the situation right. Whether or not you like the person who you're giving the money back to should not enter the equation. It's going to enter you emotionally. Hey, it's coming off. The way I tell people is I have to sleep at night. And the only judge of me as a good person is me. It's not the society I live in. It's not the government. It's not the people. It's not God. It's me. I have to live with who I am. And that means I do the right thing, even if it hurts. Because let me tell you, if I found a bunch of money, boy, would that be tempting. Boy, would that be tempting. Yeah, that's for sure. Is it real? Like, for example, if I found an envelope on the side of the road, $1,000, $2,000 in it. That's happened. Not to me, other people. What would I do? Well, I'm not going to turn it into the cops because they're going to keep it. Not really. To me, the amount doesn't make much of a difference. It makes it hurt more, but it's not harder or easier. If I found, say $2,000 in an envelope, okay, I would post something to the local Facebook or Nextdoor group and say, okay, I was on Quail Trail Road and I found something very valuable. I wouldn't even tell people it was money. I'd say I found something of great value. If anybody lost something of great value and can tell me what it is, we'll meet. And if a person says, oh my God, I was driving down that road and I'm missing an envelope with $2,000 in it, well, guess what? I'm going to give them their $2,000 back. As much as that $2,000 would make such a huge difference to me, it's also going to make a huge difference to them, and it doesn't belong to me, it belongs to them. Yeah, that's for sure. Well, again, it's person to person. How did your parents raise you? How much of an education did you get? How much poverty are you experiencing? What kind of a life situation are you currently having? I mean, it's just, it's weird. It's very, very weird. But I won't judge people on that. Just, everybody's different. Everybody has a different situation. All I can do is tell you what I would do. Yeah, yeah, that's for sure. Oh my God. You find a couple $1,000,000, you stash it in a pillowcase. All right? You start depositing a few $1,000s a month. You pay your fucking taxes as self-employed, and after a few years, you'll have laundered all that money. But if you go to your bank account and drop $2 million in there, you're gonna have people knocking at your door. Oh my God. Again, that's experience, education, stupidity. That's people. Did the stream drop out? There it goes. It popped back up. Okay. I thought the stream dropped out for a second. But, I got to sleep at night. You know what I mean? You do the right thing. Try. We try our best to do the right thing. Oh my God. So keeping that might have helped you slightly, but would have ruined his life. Good for you. Probably. Any transactions over $10,000, which I don't agree with, by the way. I think it's unconstitutional, but whatever. Oh my God. That's incredible. Yeah, I'll go to post office tomorrow. Let's go to Smith's tonight. Hey, it works. It popped off. Yes, Michelle. That's awesome. So it will work. I'll be able to print these right into a bucket. That's great. But good on you, TK. Good for you for doing the right thing. Now, I will admit, I am better off than a lot of people. You know, I mean, I am poor. This year, you know, I probably made less than $8,000. Um, Thanks to you guys. I mean, without you guys, forget this. But but I own my house. My home is secure. Michelle and I have a safe place to live. I have cars and transportation, although I got to work on changing my insurance. It's too expensive. um, I have food. I have a roof over my head. I have access to resources and luxuries, and you know, we can't go to the Grand Canyon and take a vacation or Las Vegas. You know, we can't go out and get $100 steak dinner meal. You know, but we are okay, and a lot of people aren't. Now, some of that is self-inflicted, and some of that is societally inflicted. Part of the problem is we have poor education. You know, we have the greatest secondary education system in the world. People come from all over the world to go to U.S. universities. We have one of the worst primary education systems in the world. Dude, when you have a good meal, a family friend of ours, he's not our uncle, but we call him Uncle Bob. He's a millionaire. He has a very, 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 put it this way, he has a Olympic-sized in-ground pool in the back, and as a little clubhouse, he actually has a little piece of train track and an actual train caboose. He has enough property that he can go bow hunting on his own property. Okay. Okay. After the pandemic. It used to be really cheap to stay in Vegas, but now it's gotten expensive because they had those daily resort fees and crap. And it's like, ouch. But he's a millionaire. He's very wealthy. He has his own business, and you know, he makes good money. He's a good person. He invited us out to dinner in Vegas. We went to CES, and he invited us to a place that we would never go to. It's $100 a head. It's like $120 a head, each person. You pay that as the entry fee, and then they just feed you. And this guy comes up with this sterling silver cart, you know, one of those mobile carts with the open top thing. And you got prime rib, and he's carving it right there in front of you as it's steaming. And yeah, $120 a head or something like that. It was when I was a child. I don't remember. It was like I was like 15, 16 years old. It was a long time ago. And I'm telling you, that was the best prime rib I've ever tasted in my entire life. It was like sex on a fork, and I've never had sex. I could just imagine. It's like parts of your brain that you didn't know exists activated and blew off. It was just everything about every aspect of that meal was absolutely incredible. And I could totally understand why people who are able to spend that kind of money eating like that. It totally makes sense. If I could eat like that every day, you bet your ass I would. If I made that kind of money, in a heartbeat. I mean, you can get a taste of it in the U.S. a little bit. You go to like a Texas Roadhouse and get pay the $35 for their porterhouse steak. Make sure you get it medium. Do not get it medium well. It'll blow your mind how good that steak is. Is it worth the $36? Oh, hell yes it is. Can I do that every week? Hell no. Maybe once a year. Dude, I used to be the same way. I have this fetish or phobia as far as undercooked meat. It like skeeves me out, the idea of undercooked meat. It's like I get shivers thinking about undercooked meat. I do not like undercooked meat. And then someone convinced me. Actually, I think it was at that place with the $100 a head. And he convinced me to try medium. And medium is no blood. First of all, the red fluid that comes out of those steaks is not blood. That's not blood. It's interstitial fluid. But he convinced me to try medium, which is pink, not red. All right, it is fully cooked. It is safe, but it's not well done. It's still fully pink inside. And hamburgers different. You can't cook hamburgers like that. Steaks must be medium. And I will never ever order a medium well or well done steak ever again. It's a desecration of that meal. You have no idea what it tastes like until you taste it cooked properly. It's a completely different thing. It's like changing from strawberries to apples. It's totally different. It just completely changes the meal. And I keep trying to learn how to do it at home to cook them that well. It's very hard to do because it goes from medium to medium well really quickly. You got to be quick to get it off the heat. But it's good. One of you guys, I gotta find it, but one of you guys actually sent me a $50 gift card for Texas Roadhouse. So once this pandemic is over, we're gonna use that. Because I love Texas Roadhouse, but for us, it's a once a year kind of thing, you know, or once every other year because of how expensive it is. They're probably right, but I just can't bring myself to do that yet. I'm satisfied with how delicious medium is. Oh my God, well smoked meat is so good. Yeah, I imagine you can get little electric smokers though. Where does it end? When I leap over the fence and bite the back of the neck of that cow and say, "Get in my belly." That's how it ends. Yeah. The cows look over and go, "Oh shit, he's hungry, run." But yeah, what are you gonna do? I'm so glad that worked. Yeah, ribeye is my favorite. Porterhouse is my best. That's my favorite. When I can afford it, I love porterhouse. Oh my God. Porterhouse is both. It's the ribeye and the other one. It's both of them together. It's like a 24-ounce steak. Oh yeah. Medium is 100% safe. Medium is fully cooked. Medium is pink, no red. If there's red, it's probably still safe. Most of our meat processing in this country is very, very safe. And even medium pork is safe in our country. The chances of you getting sick are very, very low. If it's not wild caught or something like that, it's not going to have parasites in it and stuff like that. But I'm still, no. My chicken and my pork, I cook it until it's done. Oh my God, if you cook it right. Spare ribs also, though, I have to be careful. Oh, you can't have garlic? I feel so bad for you. I love garlic. I could eat chunks of garlic. God, I love garlic. Exactly. I have the wireless meat thermometers, plug into it. I cook it slow. I do the reverse sear. So I let it cook slow until it reaches the right temperature, and then a ripping hot cast iron pan, sear it on both sides. Because if it doesn't have a crust, it's not good. I want that crust. That sucks, man. Oh my God, I put garlic in almost everything. I love garlic. Oh, one of my favorite snacks in the whole world. I very rarely can have it. Don't give them dry food, Michelle. No? I gave them dry food this morning, so give them wet food. Yeah, give them wet food. You gave them wet food? No, I gave them dry food, so I want you to give them wet food. But where this came from? Oh, no, you're right. Wait a minute. Was that from last night? That was from last night, I think. No, it wasn't, because I watched the can when I did food last night. Oh. So this must be the can you gave him today. Then I must have given him wet food. Okay, so then you can give him dry food then. Man, that sucks. I love garlic so much. Yes, I know, Ragnar. I have wireless meat thermometers I use to get the correct temperature. I love garlic. One of my favorite snacks in the whole world, which I very rarely get to have because it's $8 a pound, is those big, giant olives that have a chunk of garlic stuffed in them. Oh my God, it's like heaven. I like the one with the cheese. I could eat those until I'm sick. That sucks, dude. Have you tried, self-therapy on that? Like, if it doesn't actually hurt you, if it just makes you sick, maybe try acclimating yourself to the garlic. Like every single morning, get up, and every single night you go to bed, dip the tip of your finger in the tiniest bit. Oh, it can hospitalize you. No, it's dangerous. Yeah. Not worth it if it can hospitalize you. Because people have reported success with that, but, it wasn't bad enough that it could put them in a hospital. Yep, I like garlic on everything. No garlic on green beans? God, I have to have garlic on my green beans. I cook them with the garlic. Delete that. Cool, I'll try that. Garlic makes cats sick. See you later, Dewitt. You have a great holiday, man. Keep your victims happy. Keep the politicians running. So yeah, that works great. Every link has succeeded so far. Even when I heard them doing their little clacky clack impact, it still worked. And when they're done, they just fall off. And this pops off on its own. That is fantastic. Because it's at a 45-degree angle. So the 45-degree angle is straight up and down to this printer. Yeah. Well, cats are carnivores, so we only feed them either pure meat or proper cat food. Oh, I know. Oh, what's that called? There's a name for it. When it turns into a paste when you've cooked it. Roasted garlic. That's it. It's just roasted garlic. When you roast garlic, oh my God. Gotta get the fangs. You gotta get the fangs. I remember reading a science fiction book once. It was, I'm telling you, it was a surprise ending to the story that you never saw coming. It hit you like I was reading the book, and when it happened, I literally, out loud, I said, "What the fuck?" There's this alien civilization was trying to, they have rules about not interfering with peasants like us. But this one guy was setting up shop on Earth to profit. He was going to sell slaves and stuff like that, materials from Earth to profit. And so, over like the last 100 years, they come back and forth, and now they're going to invade, and they're going to take over the Earth. And when the ships land, we start to fight, and then vampires are real, and vampires decide to side with the humans. And they use their powers and their ability to move around, and they beat the aliens and take over the alien ships. And they decide, well, we don't want to drink the humans' blood anymore, so we're going to go back to the aliens' home world, and we're going to have them for dinner. like, what the? Where did that come from? It's like I'm 9/10 through the book, and then vampires. Like, where the hell did vampires come from? But it was fun as hell. I wish I knew the name of that book. Humans, vampires, aliens. I don't know if it was fan fiction, like amateur fiction. Um, I don't see the name of it offhand. I might not recognize the name if I saw it. But there's a book that did that, and it was so freaking hilarious. Literally, it's like it came out of no. There actually, I realized afterward there were little hints of it. You just didn't realize what you're reading yet. But it came as it was like the book went like this. Bing bing! You're like, whoa! Talk about that right turn. Here is Out of the Dark. Let's see if I can read that. Hang on. This might be it. Yeah, research and survey group to Earth. I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. That's it. Go read this. It is so freaking good. It's hilarious. It's just actually it's by a big author. I wonder. Can I find it? Yeah, it's not that expensive either. I'm gonna grab a copy. Oh hell yeah, $6. Joyriders. Done. For $6, I'll take a first edition hardback. I want to read that book again. That was so good. Hi, kitty. Yeah. Alrighty, guys. I am going to scram. It is almost 5 o'clock. We're going to run to the grocery store and go get some yum yums. I'm going to get some ham and some meringue pie for the holidays. Thank you so much again for joining into my stream. Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate it. If you're interested in the laser, there's a link down below. I'm going to find out what's going on with the not being able to do the pictures where it's not moving. I'm not sure what's going on with that. We'll see. I'm pretty sure it's not a hardware problem. I think it's the software, the app, and go from there. But yeah, pretty cool. Is that broken? Oh, I think it cracked the one, but it's still printed. I will see you guys later. Hopefully we'll have something to do next week. If not, we'll just sit here and chit chat or something like that. You know, whatever you guys want to do. And I do have some machines coming in. I got the new ByQ B1 coming in. I should have the ANET A4 coming in. And I think at least 2 others that I know of. I don't know how long they're going to take to get here, but they'll be here eventually. Yeah, we'll do our best. We will enjoy ourselves. We will have a good time. We will keep our victims happy. Happy victims. So, that's it. I'll see you guys later. Thank you for joining in.